Oh,
We're ready.
Okay,
ready.
Jim, hit the button. Let's start recording.
Starting recording.
Okay, hi, welcome to the November Landmarks and Preservation Committee meeting. We have a very full agenda, and our board chair, Tammy, will also make some remarks. We're going to start easily. Tammy, would you like to speak now or later?
Let's do it now because we've got a lot of people on, if you don't mind, please.
Okay.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to Community Board 1. Before we get started, I want to make sure that everyone understands what tonight's discussions are about. This is the Landmark Committee of Community Board 1. And when we talk about any presentation and anything that surrounds the applicants who come to us, it is about being granted a certificate of appropriateness by the New York City Landmark Preservation Commission. That is a very different type of a topic than many other things that we're doing. I know some of you may be here for, I hope at least, for some of the first three topics. But if you are specifically here for the South Street Seaport Historic District, please understand how this works. The policy of the Landmarks Preservation Commission is to affect the protection, enhancement, and perpetuation of our districts, which reflect the elements of the city's cultural, social, economic, political, and architectural history. They safeguard the historic, aesthetic, and cultural heritage, and they foster civic pride in the beauty and noble accomplishments of the past, and promote the use of historic districts for education, pleasure, and welfare of the people of the city. It's important that everyone understands this because should this project proceed to ULURP, which any of them that in this kind of a context, the community board will have public meetings that will discuss land use issues such as affordable housing, housing in general, environmental concerns and environmental impact, social equity, proposed community benefits, and things like that. Those will all be reviewed and you will have a chance to opine in the meetings when they are discussed, which will be at the Land Use, Zoning, and Economic Development meeting, the Environmental Protection Committee, and Quality of Life. The discussion tonight should pertain only to the items that are included in the mandate for LPC. Please, if you're on the call and you want to have an opportunity to listen and ask questions about the proposal in regard to how it will affect the South Street Seaport Historic District in terms of its urban design, its architecture, its landscape architecture, the massing, the scale, the location, the materials, fantastic. But in the interest of time, we ask everyone who is going to speak it to be between 1 and 2 minutes. Board members usually will always speak first, members of the committee and then the board, and then we open it to the public. I apologize in advance, but I have to be very critical. If speakers are going to go over the time limit, you may be subject to the mute button. If you're not talking about the topics that are not going to be addressed on the landmarks application, I ask you to submit your written testimony and come back when we are talking about those topics. So if you have any questions, you can put it in the Q&A and we will try and answer it. But until then, we are really excited to have such robust engagement. We really appreciate everyone coming. We hope you learn a lot from this committee because it's a fascinating topic. And with that, I'm handing it back to our landmarks chair. Bruce, take it away.
Hello again. So we're going to start eventually. I don't know why there's feedback, but I'll try to speak softly. We'll start with 13 Worth Street. By the way, just want to note that I received it must have been a package for one of the presentations tonight from Lucian, and for some reason I couldn't get into the Dropbox. It denied me permission, but I assume we will see it again in presentation tonight. So we'll start with 13 Harrison Street, which is an application for a rooftop addition to an existing townhouse. And Jason, I'll do this one. So are the applicants here or virtually here?
They are. We have one of them here tonight, Marcus Salcido. Marcus, if you're here with us, can you hear us?
Hi, Jennifer.
Whenever you're ready to speak, yeah.
It's William Bylowski who's going to present
He should be one of the attendees.
I don't see him on here.
He is. He might be under Bill. Let me take a
Yeah,
quick
it might be
look.
Bill Bialowski.
And it's Bialofsky?
Bialosky.
He's in.
Oh, Bill by, okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Welcome. And
Bill Bialofsky is the architect or the owner? Or?
he is the architect, and he will be sharing his screen for the presentation.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I don't see you, but that may not be relevant.
Do you see my screen?
It says Bill Bialofsky.
Oh, I'm trying to share my screen. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So you can see the presentation. We seeing it yet?
Jen, you're gonna have
Bill,
to
if you,
you're gonna
if
have to
you-
make him a panelist. There you go.
Are we seeing
Okay.
this now?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm the architect for 13 Harrison Street. This is an 1887 vintage building that was built by the Halliday family as part of their liquor enterprise. They had built 15 and 17 Harrison Street, the two little buildings you see to the right first. We are proposing a rooftop addition, a one-story addition plus bulkhead behind a sloping north-facing artist skylight window, which you see rendered here in this image. The site is outlined here in pink. It's on the south side of the street.
Excuse me, that's between Greenwich and Hudson?
It's between, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Here we have more photos of this in context. I'm curious, is this the only presentation that you're seeing, or do you folks have the PDF as well for you to study?
Unfortunately, if I did receive it, it was locked in a Dropbox that I did not have access to.
These are the images of the site that we will be showing you shortly, our mock-up, how it fits in the site. Here are the historic photos of the building. It was originally built simply as a utilitarian loft building with very small windows, of course, which were to light the aisles, the walking aisles for storing things in the building. In this case, it was liquor. And it was part of the two buildings that are alongside of it in their enterprise, as well as one behind it. And
hold on for a minute. The photo on the right on the screen is looking west to Hudson. Is that correct? And you're on the right side?
correct.
Okay, got it. I'm just orienting.
That's a really, really old one, that one we found. This is to give you the streetscape of the street. We are this one here, 52, right in the middle, 52 feet wide, or in height rather, sorry. And these are precedents of previously approved rooftop additions by the Landmark Preservation Commission for essentially artist skylights as the device to add to the building. It's been the technique for well over 100 years for adding to these buildings that were being repurposed.
Could you go back, please?
Sure.
I'm looking for a Tribeca precedence, and I'm not sure. I've just lost the address.
Yes, there are. There's the 377 Greenwich Street.
377 Greenwich, which is at Canal. Okay, so that's the only one on this page. Thank
On
you.
this page, yes. These are all LPC approved. We try to get recent ones.
Okay.
Bedford,
up a little bit.
Bedford.
Up, so I can see the addresses. Thank you. Okay. So
Yeah, predominantly
out
the
of-
village.
No offense, but just for clarification, out of the 12 or so precedents, only one is in Tribeca, and it's in a different designated district. But
Well, let's be clear. There aren't a lot of federal style buildings like this in our neighborhood. If I was doing a percentage comparison of this type of utilitarian loft building of a federal style building built in the village, The vast majority were there. A great many of them burned down in the fire of 1864 in Lower Manhattan and were replaced with bigger loft buildings, since the Enterprise at the time was on the wharfs just to our west.
Okay.
Here's a rendering. We are proposing really two things here, not only the rooftop addition with this north-facing skylight, but we also want to restore and bring back the canopy that hung over the street for our building. At one time, it went on all three buildings, and the cables are still hanging on the building, the existing cables, and are noted in the landmark designation. This is essentially a 3D mock-up of our building addition plus the bulkhead. And there were mechanicals on top of our bulkhead. Existing elevation where we established the slope of the north-facing skylight based on the sight line from the street, so that we could keep the addition out of view from everywhere within reason on Harrison Street. This is our proposal. Area of existing and proposed compared. Let me know if I'm going too fast for anyone.
Hold on, no.
I'll go back. Yep.
Please. I appreciate your speed, and usually people are slow, but since I don't have a deck in front of me, it's just necessary to look for a minute.
Happy to take the time necessary.
So there is a bulkhead and a
little
skylight
a little skylight that opens up to the top, a greenhouse that opens sort of open underneath it to the stair below.
Okay.
Existing.
Okay.
This is the rear of the building. In the rear of the building, you can see how the addition shows up, though it's not really visible from anywhere. And part of our application is to take this one window on the second floor and make 2 for 1. This is the proposal together with the materials. We are proposing a matching red brick to the existing building for the party walls in the rear, and a zinc metal panel for the bulkhead.
Is the rear elevation visible from anywhere?
Only the neighboring buildings. It's a completely trapped rear yard.
Okay, so the rear elevation is not that. It's
just to our next door neighbor. Just to our next door neighbor, that's all.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Correct. Existing section, just to give some heights. This is our proposal. You can see us pulling the skylight back and in and tucking away to try to make it not visible to anybody. And at the same time, I should point out that we have been in close contact with our neighbor at 11 Harrison Street, where there are some lot line windows, so that we could coordinate actually this shape with the neighbor whose windows that will overlook this area, who just added lot line windows. And now we can get some images of what that mock-up looks like in situ. You can see from on the lower images, you can't see it from down on the street or number 3 nearby. We have to walk really all the way over to Independence Plaza on Greenwich Street before we begin to see just a little bit of the bulkhead show up here. And as we get a little further back, there's that plaza in front of Independence Plaza that gives us a little more space. We begin to see the side of the addition. Identified there in orange, that's the bulkhead you would be seeing here.
Could you leave that for a minute, please?
Happily.
So we're on Greenwich.
Correct.
But not, we're on Greenwich, just actually west of the new plaza at Goldman Sachs. Is that, yeah, is that correct?
No, this is Independence Plaza here.
Okay, Independence Plaza, okay. Got it.
Yeah. And this is us rendering over that bulkhead, so you can see that we're really looking through the louver that we're proposing to obscure the mechanical equipment that's on top of the bulkhead. That's the mock-up. Stepping further back, the previous photo had us by this trash can. Now we've stepped all the way up against the building of Independence Plaza. So you can see, you're going to see at this point part of the party wall that will separate our property from the one next door. Here it is rendered. And these are the beginning of our details, which I'm happy to run through if that's what we'd like to see now. If we want to go back to our materials.
The materials are masonry, and then you have metal louvers.
Yeah.
And the metal louvers are aluminum colored. And
Correct.
Are there any other material details?
Glass. Just glass.
Okay.
Yeah, just glass.
Okay.
That's correct. I'll go back to the material sheet. Other than getting into fine grained detail, I'm happy to start to take questions.
I'm gonna open it to the committee. I have 3 questions. First of all, how many stories are being added from?
We're adding 1 story. We're adding this story here. This story exists.
Which story are you adding?
We're adding this one here.
And what is the pop-up above that story?
That's just a bulkhead to get onto the roof and to our mechanical equipment. It's just access up there to the roof.
So from the current roof to the top of the bulkhead, how many feet are being added?
We're adding 20, 22, 26, including the louver on the bulkhead. Is that math right? 22.
Bill, but there's
Yeah, that's one.
there's an existing penthouse I want to point out on the 5th floor. So we're expanding the floor, but there is existing.
At 61.9, yes.
From what I can see, and correct me if I'm wrong, the existing, it's really a pop-up,
Yeah, that's
is
correct.
not visible, what we used to call a pop-up extension or greenhouse, is not visible currently from the street at all. Am I correct? It's mid-building?
Correct, but neither is this one from the street. We have to go all the way out to Independence
When I
Plaza.
say street, I mean view corridors, forgive me.
Okay,
Okay,
yes,
so
that's correct.
we can, I have a defined opinion myself, but I'd like to go around the virtual table and let the committee chime in. So shall we go around? Jason?
I would like to say I've tried this technique at a community board meeting a time or two. We used to talk about how old buildings used to have, like, the landlords would do a mansard roof, and so a lot of those kind of like pitched roofs that you see were done over, like Bill said, 100 years or more. Some better than others. I think that they're being sensitive to the sightlines of the building. They're not doing a huge like land grab on building on top of this building. And to me, I don't think these guys did themselves justice by saying you're adding 21 feet, because it reads more to me like you're adding a 1 story, and you're making the absolute smallest bulkhead above that to be able to enlarge the building. I just wanted to ask, this building was previously enlarged when it was a landmark, and that's why you're coming back here, or I mean, That's my question.
Yeah, it was enlarged with that smaller bulkhead while it was a landmark. I think that was done in the last 20 years.
So now you're coming back to get a little bit more.
Correct. Yes, it's changed ownership. A different owner is going. We're organizing the space differently. We're bringing the living space up to the top of the building because the light in the building is so dark. With the small windows.
I don't mind it so much, and I go around the table and see what other people think. And if the visibility lines are true as you represented them, I don't have a huge problem about it, but I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Liz?
Yes, I was just going to say the same. Given the visibility lines, I really don't have any issues.
Megan?
Hi, I came in a little bit late, but what I have seen, I agree. I don't have a problem with visibility.
Susan?
Well, I don't love it, but I'll go along with the committee. There's something about it. It's so out of context for me in relationship to everything else and to the other building next to it. But I won't be obstreperous. How's that?
Good. I'm with you, though.
I don't, but I don't, this is not what I have to carry my broomstick on, all right?
I'm going to, while I don't like all glass, I'm going to chime in before Vera and Vicky. If it's not visible, it's not visible. But as far as I'm concerned, the view corridor from Independence Plaza reminds me dangerously of the view corridor that we had such a difficult time with on Northmore. So I would like to see the mock-up and make sure that the representation is as presented. I still think it's too high from that view corridor. And one of the contextual representations that was shown was actually a very difficult to approve Morris Adjmi addition, and it was only approved because that particular building was a sawtooth. It was much lower than the rest of the block. So the glass extension only went as high as the rest of the block, whereas this is 26 feet higher than the neighbors. But that's my, we should continue. Vera and Vicky.
I like how you're restoring the cornice. That's great. I'm not going to make any objection to this. Maybe take down the bulkhead a little bit if that's possible, but I'm fine with the way the application is.
And Vicky.
Thank you, Bruce. Can I just ask where the setback, how high is the glass setback where you start to setback? How high is that? Is that the height of a person? So
Yes, it's just height of a person. That's correct.
I mean, what can I say? I tend to think that, this is a typical modern glass extension to an old building. We've seen this before. But you are very sensitive, if the setback is true. It's hard to object, but I'm sure there's client issues, budget issues. We should put some more details in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Did I miss anyone on the committee because we're not sitting in?
Alice?
I'm sorry?
Is Alice on this committee?
No, but I'm always pleased when Alice contributes. And she's an architect. Alice, do you want to chime in?
Alice, you're muted.
Maybe she's not here right now. Alice.
Bruce, you guessed right. I'm so sorry. I was otherwise on a call, so forgive me, but I'll be back. I'm so sorry. I can't chime in. I'm sorry, but thank you.
From the sense that I'm getting from the committee, it's the committee more or less approves of it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would like to add that I would like the Landmark Preservation Commission to work with the applicant to try to lower the view from the Granite Street sightline. And I also, prior to our full board meeting, would like us, those who are close, to confirm the sightline as represented. It's easy for me to do, and if anyone else is nearby, I'd appreciate it if you.
I can walk over too.
So if that's acceptable, and I think that's clear, we can take a vote.
excuse me one second, Bruce. We need just a little bit of time. We took it down, some of the netting for inclement weather. We'd like to put it back up. So if I can just have a couple days before you go out there, so that I don't want you to think that it's not there when it's supposed to be.
Thank you.
So one other question, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. You are enlarging the middle window, the middle bay window on the parlor floor, right?
Only in the back of the building, not in the front.
Can you put that up for
Yes.
Vicky?
Yes. Sorry, 1 second. This window here.
Okay. Vicky's.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's at the back, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're essentially approving this with the request that LPC look to lowering somewhat the what is viewed from at least from the Greenwich Street view card.
And then we confirm the setbacks are as claimed.
Right. So who will conduct the vote? Am I or is Jennifer?
Bruce, I will.
Go ahead.
There seems to be someone from the attendees by the name of Andrew Finberg, just confirming if he
sorry.
wants to speak regarding this application.
Sorry. Andrew?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the neighbor and on 15 Harrison, so I'm the one most affected by this addition. And the mock-up from the back of the building and the side of the building is enormous, and it's completely out of character with the neighborhood. And in additional to that, and we've gone through this. I was the one who filed the landmark plans for the 3 buildings in J Street behind. I did the work on all the buildings in 1992 and went from storage to the building that exists now. So I know a lot about this. And one of the big issues that they're not dealing with is the amount of the air in the back of the, someone might say it's not about landmarks, but the back of the building is a enclosed space. And the Landmarks Commission has been going back and forth about whether or not the internal courtyards are landmarked. And the air rights, the air in those corridors is rather difficult. And the height of this building that they're going up 26 feet is huge. I mean, 26 feet is 3 stories, just so everybody knows. It's not, 26 feet is not like 10 feet, you know, and they're not showing how far off my building they're building from. It looks like they're building right on our common wall. And they haven't contacted, they haven't reached out to us to talk about that. The last owners put these big steel columns on the wall without filing for them or asking permission. So there's a lot of procedural problems with this addition that have not been addressed, and certainly not been addressed from the fact that those 3 buildings are to a certain extent pristine in relation to what they were and where they're coming from. And this addition is just so grossly out of character with the neighborhood and the size of the other buildings than those 3 buildings that I think I would like you to reconsider it until you saw a mock-up of it and found out what the setbacks were in relation to my building, but also in relationship to the backyard. Because the truth is, it's going to create as they go up that high, all the people who have windows and light in that back corridor who depend on that stuff, and there's a lot of restaurants around there, and there's a lot of reasons to be worried about that. And I think the Landmarks Commission should be aware of that, because those backyards, that back corridor is unique to New York City. And it has been so decided by the Landmark Commission. And it's, as far as an environment, this is an active environment as the front of the building. Thirdly, you can see that thing from Independence Plaza, man. I don't care what he says, man. They put that mock-up up. You could see that red. You're going to see that building from everywhere except for across the street. And they're building a 30-foot wall next to me, which is kind of outrageous without talking to anybody. But there's like literally
May I reply?
Conversation.
Thank you.
Can I reply?
I do want to say, Jennifer, one moment, please. Jennifer,
I got my 2 minutes in.
I'm sorry?
I got my 2 minutes. I had to talk fast. Sorry.
Yes, Jennifer, I know how complicated this is with so many different elements on the webinar, but if you could, interrupt us like you did earlier so that when the board is making a final decision, we have the input from the community first. This is insightful. I am surprised that the applicants didn't have.
I'd like to reply, Bruce.
Okay, go ahead.
The first is it's a party wall. So we have a party wall agreement between the two buildings. That gives us they have the reviewing right, but we have the as of right to build onto that wall. So there will be a time when Andrew will and his architect will get to review the structural implications of this project to him. The 26 feet is not being all added alongside his building. This is where Andrew is at 15. We are here. We are only building this portion. The bulkhead does not come next to him. So he's getting like 16 feet, I believe. It's the 12 plus the parapet. It's about 15 feet is going to be added to the wall next to him. And by code, we have to be 30 feet from our lot line to the back of the building. So we are not changing in one bit the alley, the property line, the airspace that has been all for 100 years that has been in the back of this building. That 30-foot setback, this is the new construction here, not here. This is all existing.
And where is it that you said you consulted with the neighbor?
The guy who overlooks our building. Andrew is below us. So unless he's walking up onto this building here.
To the west.
Yes, to the east of us on 11 Harrison Street.
To the east. Yes, I know.
To 11 Harrison, at 11 Harrison Street, there are lot line windows.
Let me see the last frame, the aerial, please. I know we have a long agenda and this is not the, but let's see the aerial that you just put on. Okay, so.
This is the building that gets the impact from us because these folks have over the years decided to add lot line windows at their own discretion and risk to look over the neighboring property. Andrew's building is below us and his property is below us, and his roof deck is at this level.
And you did just out of courtesy contact all.
Yes, we've contacted everybody in this building, and now I understand who was calling about our mock-up.
And you contacted Andrew?
No, I did. I've not contacted Andrew because we don't have a visible effect to his property yet. We will when we get to a structural review of how we are handling the physical load on the party wall. It's a party wall.
Am I allowed to speak? Am I allowed to speak? I mean, you could just hear the arrogance. I'm sorry.
That's irrelevant. I'm sorry.
I know. It's just like they're supposed to talk to me. I don't understand. I'm not going to be affected by that wall?
I think you're going in the wrong direction here, guys.
I'm sorry, but that's not a landmarks criterion. However, I do take your other comments about visibility into consideration, and I'm in the minority by feeling that the extension is too visible. Yes, it's true that the glass is completely out of context for the Tribeca West Historic District, completely. And there are very few, there's not one example that was pointed out within the Tribeca West Historic District. All the others were either out of our district or out of our neighborhood. So I agree with that. That's been brought up. However, if it's not visible, that glass from the street, and I would have to see from Greenwich, I can't argue the point. However, I think it's too big for the view corridor from Greenwich, but I seem to be overruled and I'm not going to press my will. So.
It's Vicky. May I have my hand up. May I ask?
I'm sorry, Vicky. I'm not calling because I don't see the.
Oh.
Jennifer, are you watching the hands and so on?
I am.
Thank you. Okay.
I wanted to ask, so essentially the reason that the bulkhead is as high as it is because you're really utilizing that area as a rooftop.
Yeah, yes, we're both utilizing the rooftop. We are putting our mechanical equipment on top of the bulkhead, and we have some solar panel criteria that we now have to comply with also. So we have to find a home for all that stuff. So it's sitting up on top of the bulkhead.
Right, but there's a garden up there. And
Correct.
it's to accommodate, at least 8 or 10 feet. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take the vote. I think I've done this. Yes.
I see some, there's a hand up in the public area. I don't know if it's a public person who wants to speak about this. Can Jen just have a second to check with them?
Sure.
Jen, you don't have to do it with us on the line. If you can just reach to Jason Kastowitz to see if he's talking about this location, and Stacy. If they are not, then they could put their questions down.
Does the, while we're waiting for Jen and the possible speaker, does anyone want to amend their?
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
I think just for form, I'm disappointed that the mock-up is not up because we like to ask that it stays up. And I do actually also know what Bill's talking about. The weather and the winds up there get absolutely crazy.
That's
But I don't
right.
want to find us in a place where we are approving something that the mock-up is not still up for everybody around the neighborhood to see and love. And so I think, Bill, you got to promise to put it back up, and then we can.
Absolutely, I will give you notice when it's up, absolutely.
Hold on. And then we can, and then I'll vote in favor of this visible addition that I'd like to see lowered, but I'm not going to be the guy that makes, turns the committee to say that. Okay, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jason. Also, is there a canopy? Is there an awning that you're adding to this?
They showed us the picture. It's huge, but that's not what I want to talk about at the moment. I agree with Jason, and I'd like to see the canopy again. And I think that we have a board meeting in 2 weeks. Okay. All right. I just had to get it in perspective.
Can I see the canopy quickly? Thank you.
I have it in section. Would you like it in the elevation? What would you like?
Yes, elevation.
Both ways, I'd like it.
It's here. It's the size of the original canopy from the historic.
And do you have a section?
Yes, we do. Well, there's this physical section in relationship to the whole building. And I have the detail if you'd like to see the detail.
Detail.
How much does it protrude into the?
It goes to the curb like the original one.
I don't know, how wide is that sidewalk, 20 feet?
It's about, no, it's like 10 feet. I think I have a dimension down here, 10 feet, yes.
Sorry, just out of human curiosity, is this a single family dwelling? And
No, it's a 2-family dwelling,
so why this big canopy?
to restore the appearance of it.
It's not the appearance of it. It's not what it looked like, but
We're bringing glass on top. The rest of it is what it looked like, the face of it.
Now I'm getting.
No, I'll bring it back.
Now I'm getting nervous about where we were at. I'm hearing the neighbor. The mock-up is down, which I understand. We're in a windy section. We haven't seen the mock-up. Regardless of the historic nature of the canopy, there's nothing else like it currently on the street. And that big a canopy on that street now, all the way to the curb, I would be against, although I like the simplicity of the design. So I'm against the canopy right now. Actually, it's out of context. That a 10-foot, a 12-foot canopy. Yes,
tax photo would allow me to put it back.
This was great for
Oh,
produce.
relax, yeah, come on.
So I'm going to vote against the resolution, or abstain for now until I get more information. But we can take the vote, and it's fine if everyone, as you chose, voted for it. So, Jen, did that person want to speak?
That person was here for 250 Water Street.
Thank you.
Bruce, just to clarify, so this resolution will be against this application,
No, this resolution, as it was discussed,
okay,
is for to approve the application but it is pending a site visit, and we're also going to ask LPC to consider, to work with the applicant to try to lower it, especially from the view corridor along Greenwich Street.
Got it. Noted.
I do want to add for the committee that most likely there was no storefront per se. These canopies during the butter and egg days were essentially open.
Bruce?
Yes.
Can you qualify what the resolution's going to say and call the question?
Yes, the resolution is going to approve the application, but there will be a whereas asking LPC to try to work with the applicant to lower the rooftop extension so that it's less visible from Greenwich Street.
That's perfect.
Call the question.
Can a member from the floor second that, please?
Second.
Second.
I'll go ahead with the roll call vote. So Bruce,
Abstain.
Jason,
Yes.
Mark, it's not here. Vicky,
Yes.
Susan,
Abstain.
Eric Yazzie, Elizabeth,
Yes.
Megan, Megan, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah,
Vera?
yes is my.
Vera,
Vera was here.
Vera Sung is here. So come back to her.
Chow, it's not here, and Roger's not here as well. I just need Vera's vote.
I think there's Susan Cole and Vicky.
Is Vera here with us now? Just need her vote so we can have quorum.
I can vote. Then I'll vote. My answer is yes.
Okay. So it's got it. Okay. The resolution passes.
Susan voted? Oh, yeah, abstain. Okay.
She voted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Trinity Church, Wall Street, application for installation of 2 digital poster box signs located on the roadway fence of the property. Jason, do you want to take this one?
I would love to, yes.
Thank you.
We have Catherine Malachowski with us tonight as well as Jeff Murphy for this application. Catherine, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear.
Catherine, can you start the first slide, please?
Yes, Jennifer, could you allow me sharing permission?
Sure, one moment. I'm going to make a presenter.
Okay.
Great, thank you. My name is Jeff Murphy. I'm the architect for the restoration of Trinity Church, and I'm here with my colleague, Catherine Malachowski, who's our in-house preservationist. And we have come before you 2 other times, which we really appreciate, and we thank you for hearing this application for signage at Trinity Church. I think the important thing to know about signage for the church is it really is mission driven. It's conveying a message about what the church is there for and there to do. And in this case, we're seeking to legalize 4 banners of 8 that were not that were installed without approval some years ago, and then to seek approval for along Broadway for 2 monitors and 2 signs along the fence. And I think the gist of those last 4 items is really to help reorganize the signage and consolidate it along Broadway. So it's just it's less than what's there or what's been there in the past, and it's intended really to organize it and be much more deferential to the architecture of the church. So I'll take you through these slides. So basically what you're seeing upper left in the plan are the 2 areas where the signs are. And upper right is just showing the banners along Trinity Place. What you're seeing in the bottom 2 images is just the fence onto which we want to affix these 2 monitors and 2 signs. And you can see right now, sort of lower left, that it's sort of a mishmash, and over years they've sort of, kind of put signs up. And again, this is an attempt to be more organized about it and try to make the signage smaller and more deferential to the church. Next, please. This is the type of mission-driven sign. It basically talks about the services and the programs. As many of you know, Trinity has a wealth of concerts and programs and other things that the public, they want the public to know about. And a lot of people actually spend time, respond to these programs, and spend a lot of time during the course of the day and in the evenings at Trinity Church. Next. These are previously approved signs, and you can see that there are a number of them. Actually, we've removed a number of signs. Some of these are plaques. Go to the next, please. But what we're focused on today are these 4 banners that match the existing approved banners, and they're shown lower right in the plan with a rectangle around them. Next, please. Along Broadway, there are 2 types of signs. One is a standard frame sign that flanks the entry gate into the church and describes the worship services. And the other, flanking those 2 in front of the church, are 2 monitors, digital signs, that again speak to the programming and activities that are going on at Trinity Church. Next, please. So this shows what these signs will look like in context. On the left, you're seeing the standard frame sign that flanks the entry, and then further up and down Broadway, closer to sort of in front of the north and south entry vestibules, are these monitors. Next, please. And this is just an elevation showing the size of these relative to the fence and the scale of the church. And so just to go, if you go back, just to be clear, right now or over time, there have been other signs that have been put up, and this is an attempt to really consolidate all of this signage. We're actually able to eliminate quite a bit of other information signage by using the digital displays, which actually scroll through different kinds of messages during the day. Next, please. This is a mounting detail, basically just showing that we're holding off from the existing historic fence, and we're attaching to that fence using ties and not bolting into it. Next, please. And this is for the previous was for the monitor, and this is for the actual static sign. Next, please. And this shows, it's kind of a real trick to wire the monitors, but we're doing our best to take all of that conduit underneath existing paving, and then trying to, in a very discreet way, bring the conduit up and wire the monitor. Next, please. This shows the frame for the static sign, which is basically just powder coated aluminum, and then this is the same for the monitor. It's just black powder coat, and it matches the fence. And that's it. May I answer any questions for you?
Okay, so I'm going to jump right in and say that I find it totally fine. Of course, you should have some signage, and I don't think that it, in relative to the perimeter of your property, is, so out of control. And it sounds like everything is reversible, so we'll put that in the resolution. And so I don't have a problem. And so next committee member.
It's Bruce. I'll chime in. I actually like the banners on Trinity Place, but I'm mortified at maybe that's the wrong word for a church. So let me find another one. Disturbed, not mortified, by a digital sign adjacent to the most historic graveyard in New York City. So I'm against the digital sign, as I am in general on street front levels that are not retail. So I will vote for the static signage. I will vote against the digital sign adjacent to the cemetery.
Can you put up the digital sign information again, sir, Jeff?
Yeah, Catherine, can you go?
While we're talking about it, and then whoever wants to go next about the two issues.
Well, I'll go. It's Vicky Cameron.
We have the digital sign. That's what Jason asked for.
Yeah.
Right.
Jason, can I go next?
There you go.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. The banners on the back, I have to say, I really like the shadows and the whole image sort of work for me. But I have to say that as you were speaking, Jeff, I've heard your presentations before, and I think you guys do terrific work. And it was sort of unfortunate that we have to have signs. As a colleague of mine just said, well, people don't go to church enough, so maybe we need signs. But, I can't imagine St. Peter's putting up signs, especially light boxes.
Right.
So I'm sorry that we have to do that in our country. And I can see why Bruce has this adverse reaction, because when you walk down Broadway and you look through the fencing, and there's your church sitting there, and that incredible, space around it, whether it's the graveyards or the grass. I'm sorry that we have to put this.
Bruce, Pat Moore would like to speak.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hi, it's Pat. I'm not on the committee, but I joined you tonight, and this is I feel it's unfortunate also to have a digital sign in front of the church. Number one, how slowly does it scroll through each item? Because some people read slowly, and if they miss it, they have to stand there and wait X amount of time for it to get back to the item that they're interested in. And I mean, I like the banner and I like the signs. So that's just me. But how long does it take to scroll through the entire information that would be on the digital display?
This is Ms. Moore speaking.
Yes, it is. It's Pat.
I don't know what the answer to that. The idea wouldn't be for it to be this sort of, kind of like a video. I think the idea is they have a lot of information to convey. They've got so much stuff going on. And I think what we struggled with this, and I know you all love this church as much as we all do, and I think we saw the monitor as really a way to minimize the clutter. I think they would have come with this application. Yeah, if you look at this, with an ask for 8 more signs because they've got so much information to convey, and in having the monitor, it's a way of really getting rid of 6 or 8 other signs by just being able to scroll and have that information. And I think that was the calculus here that gee, if we could have this monitor, we could eliminate all the other signs that we need.
I do understand it, but
Also, if I may,
get back to us, so just let us know how quickly it scrolls through this information. I'd be interested.
Catherine, did you have something to add?
Yes, just quickly. I did want to say that a lot of churches historically would have what are called poster boxes, which is basically what our static sign is, that just had the time of worship and such. And especially in the last few years, a lot of churches and synagogues have been moving to the digital signage. Just at the last LPC meeting, there was 2 synagogues on the Upper East Side. So I think it's just a way, I think, as you sort of indicated before, to get more bodies in the space and to make sure it's just more engaging. So this is a trend we're seeing throughout the city as well, for context.
And we installed at St. Patrick's Cathedral, we installed monitors that actually are in the vestibules, but this is a different kind of animal because we're basically trying to tell people, workers from the neighborhood, hey, there's a lunchtime concert today, or there's this is these are the plans for Christmas holidays and so forth. So again, the monitor is really an attempt to actually eliminate signs and not have them proliferate like you see in this image on the right.
Bruce, Tammy would like to speak. She has her hand up.
I cannot see the hand, so Jennifer, if there's someone with the hand up on the committee, please just call on them, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
So Tammy, go ahead.
Hi. So in general, I am supportive of this if it cuts down on the clutter and provides an opportunity for people to be able to see better through the church and things like that. And sometimes a little bit less signage makes people look a little harder. What is really important to me is kind of what has been alluded to in terms of what the content that Trinity needs, but how the content is presented really would make a difference between something that looks like a disco sign and something that's really relevant that looks more like the old church signs that you're talking about that are on the outside of the building. So my question is whether or not there is a place in here that we can have a guarantee that it's not flashy, that it's, contextual to the style of the church. Everything that happens, that's, the branding of the church is consistent with the electronics. And so it doesn't become another electronic sign that you'd see anywhere, that it feels very contextual, as if if you walked by, you wouldn't know necessarily when you looked at it that it was a digital sign. It looks like it's appropriate with the branding and the lettering and the colors that we are used to.
Yes, I think that's a great point. I think you may be aware that there's a new lighting scheme for the church, and the idea is that at night, basically the architecture is highlighted, and some of the monuments inside the yard are highlighted, and I think it really does justice to the architecture of the building. And the whole idea of this monitor is not to have some Times Square like flashing thing that calls it attention to itself. And I think the idea would be to we have the ability to sort of control the intensity of the light as well. So I don't actually have the programmed signs to show you, but I can promise you that they're going to be nice signs. There's a whole graphic standard that Trinity's employed since in this past year, and in fact, the sign that you're seeing on the screen right now, I think it's a very basic, I think, Helvetica type, and they actually have really good graphics at Trinity. So I don't think this is going to be something that's garish that you see and you're just appalled when you see it. I think it's going to be, tastefully done signage. And
what is your hearing date?
Can I also get one follow-up to that, Bruce?
Yes.
I just want to confirm, this is not intended or will never be used for advertising for any organization or anything that is outside of what Trinity Church is doing, right?
No.
I don't want to walk by and see an Amazon and Google ad, basically.
This is stuff like, we're giving out bag lunches at noon on the South Terrace. This is, we have it basically is there to advertise the multitude of programs that Trinity Church has and where to go to access them.
When is your hearing?
I think now it's in December. Catherine, can you confirm that?
Sorry, I didn't hear that last bit.
Mr. Ehrman asked when the hearing was, the LPC hearing.
Yes, it'll be December 8th.
So it will be before our next meeting, because I'm tempted to ask you to hold it over so we can see the dissolve rate of the sign, because you don't seem to know what it is. It also seems that we won't get a chance to hold it over unless you hold it over another month for LPC. I will say that LPC tends to approve Trinity applications because it's almost like asking Columbia University to move to Ardsley otherwise. But while any of the other board members might want to speak, could you just hold up and leave the actual sign, the proposed sign in relationship to the elevation,
Yeah,
straight on elevation.
Yeah, Catherine,
where the graveyard is to the left.
Yeah, here you go.
No, it was the act. It was almost like a snow.
It was an actual one.
Yes, a photo
There it is.
there. I do want to point out in regard to the digital sign that perhaps the most historic graveyard in New York City outside of the Portuguese Jewish graveyard in the teens is right there to the left of the gate. So to me, the issue is not the quantity of temporary signage you currently have, but the permanence of a digital sign always and forever on. You can remove temporal signs. You can't remove this unless you remove the entire armature. So that's my point, but other people should speak quickly.
We have a few more other people to speak. I'll call on Elizabeth Lemire, followed by Susan Cole, as well as a member of the community by the name of Tom. So Elizabeth, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you. And Tammy addressed some of my issues. I just wanted to make sure that the illumination in the digital sign is going to be soft and not garish. Obviously, the content as well, and the slower moving images obviously better. When is the lighting scheme? I did read about that, the highlighting the architecture and the monuments and Alexander Hamilton's grave, hopefully, and the light, because it is very dark on Broadway down there. So I, for one, am very much looking forward to that.
Yes, I haven't seen it myself in person, but I just got pictures of it, and they just put it on, so it should actually be right now. And what's so neat about it was that the old lighting just lit the tower. And so you almost had no sense that there was a church behind that tower. And what's neat about what's happening now is they're lighting the, oh, there you go. So
Oh,
they're
beautiful.
lighting the nave elements, the buttresses, and then a couple of the monuments, like I forget who that is. Catherine, who is that?
I believe that's a judge, but I don't remember which one.
This came before us, and I think it was approved by LPC, the lighting and the new glass,
Right.
stained glass.
The stained glass window in the front, but all the
Right.
more reason this looks so elegant to make sure that the digital signage is contextual with this and keeps that same elegance.
Yes.
In 20, we have another application, and then the big one, so.
I want to just have my turn quickly.
No, I want the board to go around, yes.
I too have some trouble, but I think, as Tammy said, if we keep, and Liz and everybody, if we keep the illumination controlled, and that it is not going to be a signage for anything but church stuff, I don't love it, but I will support it.
Thank you.
And I think one last thing, I think the issue of illumination and the contextual and the lighting should be put in our resolution, Jason, in some way. That's all.
Megan?
Hi, yeah, if you're saying that this sign is gonna consolidate all of those signs along the fences, then I can go along with this. And I do also think the resolution should note that it should not be used for advertisement or for any sort of sale of ads on the billboard. You know, some sort of provision in there that uses it solely for church purposes.
That's my
Vicky?
2 cents.
Hello?
Vicky?
Tom, can you hear us?
I can. I know you said I'm a member of the community. I'm also a member of the community board. So I don't know if I'm on the right side of the fence here, but of whatever the digital fencing exists. So I'm looking at the sign, and you know, I think I echo everyone else's concerns that it be really contextual and maybe even, you know, I'm not sure how you keep it from getting vandalized, because it looks like it's sort of high technology. And then I had a question, which is it interactive, or is it or is it not interactive? It just runs on its own periodic cycle.
I don't think it's interactive. Catherine, do you know differently?
Yeah, it is not interactive.
Okay. All right. Okay, that was my major question. If you're asking people to scroll or touch things in COVID, I was concerned about that. So, and that's my only that was my only addition here.
So I guess if correct me if I'm wrong, is Vera the only one on the committee who has not spoken? Vera, do you have any comments? Alice?
Yeah, I agree with what everyone has said. I just wanted to know, Jeffrey, is there a reason why you need to have 2 of these digital displays? What was the reason for that?
I think the idea was that you would, you know, it's such a intense, you know, when New York is in full swing. I mean, believe me, if you took a picture of this fence, you wouldn't even see the fence because there's so many people in front of Trinity Church and so many people now. And now with the security in that front vestibule, people are queuing out the front of the building. So I think the feeling was that just to get visibility, they needed this many signs.
Mm-hmm. Bruce, can we move along just for timing purposes?
Yes, Jason is chairing this piece.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we've heard from all the board members and there's no one else in the public that wants to speak on it, it sounds like we're okay with, there's more of us okay with the digital signs than not. And if that's the case, I'm going to write a resolution in favor of the approval.
Call the question.
Okay.
Someone second.
I second Vicky.
Bruce,
No.
Jason,
Yes.
Mark,
No.
Vicky,
Yes.
Susan.
Yes.
Eric's not here. Elizabeth,
Yes.
Megan, Megan,
Yes.
Farah.
Abstain.
Child's not here. Roger's not here. Okay, and this resolution passes.
Okay, thank you. 271 Church, replacing a historic window with a new storefront and relocating the bracket sign. I'll do that, Jason.
So Bruce, are you planning on me doing 250?
250 is not going to get a resolution tonight.
Oh, okay, great. So you do this one? Great.
We have Todd Zitward for 271 Church Street. Todd, whenever you're ready.
And who is the presenter?
Todd Zitward.
Zwigard, Todd Zwigard is here.
Apologies.
Okay, thanks, Todd.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm Todd Zwigard. And I'd like to know if you can see my screen on yours.
I see
Todd,
your name, but
I'm
not
passing
your-
the presenter rules over to you. One moment.
How's my volume, by the way?
Fine.
Okay. So I am the architect for the representing the applicant, who is the owner of the commercial space at 271 Church, also known as 90 Franklin. Are you seeing my screen yet?
No.
Okay. The application before you is a request to replace the windows in one of the bays of the ground floor on Franklin Street and to install actually only a partial removal of the windows below the decorative grillage and replace that with two side lights in the door.
Jennifer, can you work with Todd to get a screen share so he can see what he's talking about?
Todd, you
Yeah.
have presenter rule. Can you see the share tab on the top of your screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is why I wanted to speak to you before we got on, because I'm a little bit of a dinosaur here. So, oh, do I have to fill something out?
If anything, I can share my screen.
Jen, in earnest for time, can you help him out? Either share it if you have the presentation.
I think it's working. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay.
Okay, great. So in the upper right-hand corner, you can see the floor plan of the, and can you see my cursor when I move it?
Yes, right now
Todd?
we're seeing a bullet point presentation right now.
Okay.
Todd, I'm sharing my screen, so I'll move along the presentation with you. You can just direct me along the way.
So you can see the red circled area. This is the bay
No,
of the
we don't see that. We only see a printing. Jen, can you try another slide now and see if it's to where he's talking? Okay. Continue, please.
Okay, so are you looking at the floor plan on the upper right and a photograph?
Yes.
In the corner below? Good. So you can see the red circled area, which is the bay that we're proposing to change from a window into an entrance on Franklin Street at the center of the building. The reason for the request is because the ground floor of this building, which used to be a bank, now has been divided into three separate tenant spaces, and all three of the spaces currently enter from a single door on Church Street at the center. I'm not sure if you see my cursor moving around, but so there's a very small vestibule that you enter off of a single door, and then each tenant goes into their space from there, and it is congested and doesn't really work very well. So we're suggesting that we can change this window into a doorway And then the most landlocked tenant will have direct access from Franklin Street and more visibility, which he's lacking. And in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the red circle around that particular window.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next screen image. And then the other thing was mentioned that we previously have approval. Are you, is it on me to click? Can you now see the historic photos?
Yes.
Okay. So you're looking at the historic photos of the Art Deco building. The upper right shows the Franklin Street side. You can see that there is a symmetrical treatment on both facades with ornamental work highlighting the central bay. And that also happens on Franklin Street, which is why we believe that this particular window, it only happened that way, is the only natural place for a new entrance, because you have the ornamental brickwork above and the two blank panels on each side, separating that from other windows that are just repetitive windows. So this is the special bay, and it's very similar to the entrance on the front. So we're proposing, so let me go to the next. Here you can see a side-by-side. In the middle is the entrance on Church. Of course, it's more ornamental, which is fine. And then you have a slightly simplified version of that on Franklin, where we'd like to make the door.
I thought the door is right on Franklin. So you're proposing the door where the advertising poster is that correct?
Yes, that
okay.
Image of the woman. Yes. Okay. Right. So I'm now taking you through the elevation drawings. You're seeing the side view of the brackets sign. It's the same sign that was approved. It's the compliant dimension, and it would go to the right of the new entrance as it should.
But I don't see that bracket proposal. All I see is the sign and the current entrance.
Okay, well,
there.
Here's where it was before.
Yeah.
It was never installed. It was approved here, and now we're moving it to here.
Well, unfortunately, I don't see your cursor, but what can you do?
Okay, on the right of the lower image.
Okay, and the circle above on the upper image where there's no bracket sign, why are you showing us that?
Because we're required to show existing and proposed in each image. Right. So I want to explain what we want to do to the changes we are making, which are simplified or two. There's a granite base, which we would be cutting, and we would be reusing that stone to create the return pieces on the corners as it goes back to the facade, to the storefront. Above, which is very important, is the decorative bronze grillage that we're proposing to keep, and only filling in from there down with new bronze anodized aluminum storefront in the narrowest profile possible, which is 1 3/4 commercially available.
Next screen, please.
And then a single. Let me go to.
We're not in sync with the narration, so.
Okay, so do you have the larger elevation side by side existing on the left and proposed on the right?
No, what we have now is above. Okay, Jennifer and you will have to speak to each other to coordinate these now, because I'm lost.
Okay, Jennifer, can I have sheet LPC 8, please?
We have it in front of us.
Good,
right,
now
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so on the left, you can see hatched the granite stone that would be cut and removed and saved to recreate the new corner returns that you can see on the right. The decorative grillage above you can see is retained. And then below that, we would have 5 fixed panels of glass and one 36-inch wide door, which is the narrowest door allowed by code at the center. It would swing out, and by code, Jennifer, if you can go to the plan view. I'm sorry, where is the plan view? Oh, it's right there. You just below the elevation. I'm sorry. You can see the door has to swing out, and by code, it can only swing 18 inches onto the sidewalk. So we have to recess the new storefront about 6 inches further than it currently is. Which is fine. I don't think that can be done quite easily. There's a small amount of the sidewalk is on a slope, so we have about 1.5 feet to work with to re-level and up to the storefront, which we can do, transitioning from slope to level and not exceed the handicap code. So that works as well. And that's pretty much it. If we go to the details are showing you the commercial aluminum storefront, which would be in a matching bronze finish in the narrow profile. And then the last image is the before and after the window. And then on the right, lower right, you can see
Next
the entrance. That's LP.
Todd, can you do me a favor and call the page that you're talking about?
LPC 11. LPC 11.
Thank you. That would be most helpful.
And Tom, do you have a head-on rendering of each? Not diagonal like this, not going from west to east, but rather head-on?
We have, no, we don't.
Okay.
That's my only rendering.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the fact that your proposal saves the beautiful ironwork. I'm sorry that you're eliminating the lower transoms, and it looks to me like the mullion, let's call it mullion muntin detailing, for lack of a better word, is being simplified. But this is what I want to say, and I'll go to the board. This building means a lot to me. That was the original Corn Exchange headquarters. It's an Art Deco masterpiece designed by Cross and Cross. The chair of this committee, from whom I learned how to chair this committee, the great late architect John Petrarca, who was the architect converting this building for the sponsor from the Corn Exchange Bank to a residential condominium. Even though he was in the employ of the developer, he would not even allow a sign, a temporary sign, to be installed that would put screw holes, tiny screw holes in the granite to temporarily support the sign. So an elaborate system had to be rigged up to allow the giant temporary sign to be attached by ties from within the building. I dare say that I purchased, when the interior, which is not designated, was being somewhat demolished, although the lobby is still pretty much intact, I purchased Cross and Cross's chandelier, which hung in the lobby. So this building is fantastic. It's freestanding above the 7th floor. And while I think this is an extremely respectable job, I have trepidation about cutting away the granite when we couldn't even put screw holes for a temporary sign. I'm done.
Could we
Shall we
please
go-
have the proposed elevation and existing elevation back up?
Yeah, Jennifer, I'll tell you what sheet that would be. The large scale or the seeing more of the building?
I don't know. What Ralph will say.
Go to LPC 7, please.
Yeah, that might have been it.
And are you seeing that?
No, back. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this one's good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I'll start first. I'm sorry, I know I was paying attention, but so the mullions you're using are as thin as possible to match the existing, right?
Yes.
I have to say you did a very nice job, and I'm glad you're keeping, like, if this, as Bruce says, if this has to happen, if you can keep as much, if not absolutely reproduce the existing vertical and horizontal readings and details, please stick to as much as possible some retail store, who may or may not be here 20 years down the road should not gouge a building of this stature. I have to say, you, sir, are a good architect, and I appreciate this proposal.
Thank you.
Bruce, I see some hands raised, but they've been raised for a while. I believe it's from the past application. Pat Moore or Susan Cole, do you wish to speak?
I take my hand down.
Okay. I don't see anyone from the attendees who have their hands up. Double checking once more. And Bruce, if you want to, you can call a question. Bruce, you're muted.
Sorry, although we haven't really heard from any committee members, I'm going to assume that this is an approval. I'm going to say that because this building is so intact and because LPC was so extremely strict in the conversion, whereby even an entrance door could not be moved, and because a substantial chunk of original fabric is being removed, I'm going to have to vote against it, and I don't know why. This is the first time I've voted against the will of the committee on every application in memory. I'm going to have to vote against it, even though I appreciate the detail work above the granite that's being removed.
Call the question.
I wanted to just ask a question. The fabric that's being removed, the metal window, that's not original, correct? The window parts are not original?
The windows are original, yes.
Oh,
The window
okay.
is original, and the granite is the granite.
No, I understand the granite. So those are actually the original windows,
Yes.
windows. Okay, so
Yes.
I'm against this move too. I wouldn't even write a resolution in favor of it, but.
I'm against it as well. I want to speak up.
This, Vera, I am too.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I just didn't hear from the committee, so I changed the resolution to a rejection. I don't know how to parse this. I respect what has been done, but I can't suggest, nor is it our place to suggest what can be done alternatively under the circumstances.
I agree.
I'm with you too, Bruce. Elizabeth.
So this is then a resolution to reject the proposal for the reasons discussed.
Got it. Okay. Can someone
I'll call the question.
Someone second?
Second.
Thank you. Bruce?
Yes to the rejection.
Jason?
Yes to the rejection.
Mark?
Yes.
Vicky?
Yes.
Susan? Eric's not here. Elizabeth?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Vera?
Yes.
Roger's not here. Roger's not here. Okay, so this resolution passes to reject the application.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we're moving on to 250 West, 250 Water, and I'm going to describe the way we're going to handle it. We're going to hear the presentation limited to its relation to landmark preservation. We're going to go around the table and get an opinion or a comment from the committee, and then Tammy will take over and field whatever other questions or comments are out there. Is that correct, Tammy?
Yep, that works. One of the things I do want to point out, this is a double application. So this is two applications. One is for 250 Water Street. The second is for the South Street Seaport Museum and 173, 169 John Street lot. So they are separate applications being filed together. I know that sounds a little confusing, but they will present again. We will recognize members of the public, but we are not voting as a committee tonight. Our goal is to ask all the questions that you have and any questions that you need. It can certainly be discussed, but it's going to be to hear members of the public, specific contextually to what LPC reviews. Again, this is not about 250 remediation. This is not about affordable housing. This is not about many land use things. This is about the contextual appropriateness as Landmark sees it. And with that, Bruce, I think we're going to introduce the team who is presenting tonight. Who needs control for a presentation? Is it Mark or Adam?
Cooper.
Chris.
Please, that's Chris Cooper.
Okay.
Got it. Passing presenter roles to him right now.
Okay, so we're going to welcome Chris Cooper and Frank Mahan. I'm sorry if I butcher your names, from SOM, as well as Saul Scheer from Howard Hughes. And then afterwards, I believe it's Jonathan Bulworth and Brendan from the museum.
So Tammy, you have the roster of names, right? So I don't have to review that, right?
Yeah, it starts with Saul.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening. Thank you, Bruce, and thank you, Tammy, and thanks to Community Board 1 and the Landmarks Committee for making time this evening to meet with us about this project. As most, if not all of you know, I'm Saul Scheer, president of the Howard Hughes Corporation for the tri-state region here in New York. As you know, I came into this role after HHC abandoned its project to build on the waterfront site that clearly we know was not well received by the local community. It was clear to me when I joined that we had a lot of work to do ahead of us as an organization to rebuild the trust and to make sure that our projects benefited in the future from input from our neighbors, and as well as the expertise that we can learn from community groups. So I personally, over the time, have committed to engaging with our community in, I believe, a transparent and forthright manner for the past 5 years. It's what I've been doing, and I've charged our team to do, and I hope that I've done each and every day since joining. So together this evening with our planners, SOM, we've developed what we think is a collaborative community planning process, and our proposal has been significantly shaped by many of the ideas, concepts, comments, thoughts that we received from neighbors, community members, and those that took place in some of the workshops, and many who care deeply about the history of the museum, the Seaport District, and others. And as I discussed in the third workshop, which was literally, I think, the day before the city went in a lockdown, in the last workshop, we would come back and to the community board in the fall and present our proposal. So just in summary, our proposal, we believe, provides support for the South Street Seaport Museum, which has been since 1967 a significant cultural anchor in this community and the heart of the historic district. And it's what makes this a historic district, in my opinion. While the building we're proposing, I know, is taller than other historic buildings in the district, it's been carefully designed from input from all of us, as well as the concept of a podium that we believe fits in with the historic streetscape and the adjoining buildings that you'll see. And it's, you know, its base is appropriate, we believe, given the historic condition and edge condition of the block. Hello?
That sounds good. Let's get to it. We're all excited to see it.
Yeah, I'm going to finish up. Just give me 1 second. So, and then I'm going to introduce Jonathan. So through the proposal, we propose $50 million would be dedicated to the museum, providing it with a secure revenue source, allowing it to advance its restoration.
We are volunteers. We're volunteers. I'm going to ask you, and you know, we get along. I've in many different contexts asked you to please put aside the PR factor and show us the landmark and preservation related.
There's no PR factor here. I was asked to present what we're going to present to the landmarks.
That's what I want to see. Yes,
right, and this is how we're going to introduce it. So I thought I would do the same here. But if you want,
what does funding the museum have to do with the landmarks and preservation committee?
I think it has to do with the overall social aspects. I think you talked about a historic district earlier and the impacts of the historic community. And I think that there are people that I'm not suggesting we go into it in detail, but an overview I think is appropriate. I'm not suggesting details. I'm just giving the overview of where we are today. So our proposal looks at the district, I believe, holistically, combining a plan, and I'm going to hand it over at this point to Captain Boulware to provide some insight into his portion of the proposal.
I'm just checking. His portion of the proposal is he's going to be presenting on the 17369 John Street and South Street Seaport Museum, correct?
Yeah, well, that's his application, correct?
Right. So he's presenting the slides for the look and the.
No, SOM would be presenting that. The architect.
So why don't we start with the architects and start with the presentation in its bulk. I mean, I know Jonathan would like to speak as the owner's rep for those spaces, but we want to get to the meat of the presentation as quick as we can, please. So Jonathan, if you could be short.
Jonathan?
Yep, I am now unmuted. Thank you, Jonathan Boulware, President, South Street Seaport Museum, Chair Meltzer, Chair Ehrman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here as applicant for the proposed changes to Schermerhorn Row, as well as to the proposed building on the John Street lot. This represents a two-phase plan that has been designed by Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill. That first phase of which would result in changes to the facade of Schermerhorn Row, a reconfiguration of galleries, and as soon as possible, really, construction timelines limiting, reopening of the museum's galleries for the first time in any material way since Hurricane Sandy. The second phase of which would represent the construction of a new building on the John Street lot. Now, needless to say, the reasons that these two applications are being put forth at the same time is because they represent a holistic approach and because the funding necessary to perform phase one and move toward phase two is dependent on the other applicant's project moving forward. I think it is worthwhile taking just a moment to visit context historically with respect to the district and its museum and the intended symbiosis between the museum's role as interpreter and programmer, elevator of the district, and the general broader district's obligation as it was conceived to provide support for the museum. Those of you who've been around for a long time know that that has never been realized. The proposal before you this evening seeks to do exactly that. And with that, I will turn over to the presenters. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and welcome the team from SOM.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And again, I also appreciate this opportunity. My name is Chris Cooper. I am an architect from SOM, and I'm joined by my colleague, Frank Mahan, who will also be presenting tonight. And we have made our application submission to LPC, and along with that, our presentation has been submitted to LPC. And what we intend to share tonight is essentially that presentation. We have taken a few slides out just for the sake of some brevity, but you will see many new images. Some of you have seen some images in the public, but there is a great deal of material here, a great deal of new material here that will be shared for the first time. We have, just to preview, we have about 120 slides to share with you tonight. And so we thought we would just get started and jump right in. But it is essentially the presentation as submitted to LPC with a few details removed just for brevity. So we're here tonight to talk about two sites as just described, 250 Water Street and the John Street lot. Two open sites today. Both are parking lots today. So John Street lot empty for decades, and 250 Water Street open essentially to the sky essentially since the district was designated. And but both of them also share the fact that they are neither contributing to the context and the fabric of the district. So we show them today and their connection because we think that there are a unique set of circumstances that provide us a very unique opportunity by considering them together. And first, there is the museum that was chartered before there was a historic district, and a museum that was chartered with the express mission of preserving the district and of interpreting and educating the public on the history of that district.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 minute. You said there are 100 and something slides, so I imagine it's a 40 to 45 minute presentation. There are 8 or 9 community board members and a raft of public who want to speak. I'm going to ask you to decouple the economic portion of this presentation from the architecture. We have heard the coupling of the museum and its funding in relation to Rouse and HHC and you for a quarter of a century now. So let's just see the architecture, okay?
Okay. So do you want to see the presentation that we're sharing with Landmarks?
Yes. But
okay. So this
pursuant to what Bruce is saying with some brevity on the parts that are not, yeah.
And I respect that and understood. And so we had anticipated that you would want to hear exactly the same narrative that has been discussed and is being shared with Landmarks. And so to that point, I will speak about the first part briefly. Unique circumstances, first the museum, born before the district. Secondly, the district, which is uniquely overlaid with a transfer district and has a history of development of tall buildings in the spirit of preservation. And very specifically, we have 250 Water Street, which is the largest empty site in any historic district in New York City by twofold at least. And so it has been vacant for since the district was designated in '77. And it is a full city block with no historic structures on that block, which makes it a very unique condition in our landmark districts. And the unique opportunity, briefly, is that there is the opportunity for private development to support the museum and to better the entire district. So we were going to speak about this in 3 chapters. The first chapter I will keep brief, which is the evolution of the museum as relevant to this specific site and this specific proposal. The second chapter is very specifically our vision for the new museum. And the third chapter is very specifically our proposal for development on 250 Water Street. So as we just heard, the museum chartered in 1967 with the specific purpose of preserving the district. And to that point, it developed a master plan. A master plan is the page from that master plan that conceived of a museum as a campus, not a museum as a specific building, but a campus that included the historic ships, included printing, included artifacts, and that is very much how the museum exists today. And that master plan also envisioned the preservation of low density on the waterfront with an active waterfront with historic ships, and it envisioned the transfer of development rights to the perimeter of the district to benefit the district. It was the inception of the museum, this concept, and also formally it was the conception that the context would be And the development would be low buildings with historic street fronts that face the district and setback towers above. And even in the master plan, there was the proposal for 250 Water, which also demonstrates high or tall architecture in the spirit of preserving the core of the district as a pedestrian district around Fulton Street and on the waterfront. And that concept was formalized by the city in '72 with the creation of the transfer district, the Seaport Transfer District. And that Seaport Transfer District was created in '72, looks very much the same today as a series of granting and receiving sites. And marked in red, you see some of the buildings, the tall buildings that have been built within that district from the transfer of development rights from the low density of the core of the district. And also here is an article from the New York Times that demonstrates that the first transfer was with direct benefit to the museum, so the beginning of the history. And this was the first time that there was direct benefit and the last.
So half a century ago, if I may just interject, half a century ago, Carter Horsley was still writing about transfer rights and generation to save the museum, correct? That was 50 years ago. I'm just noting that.
Thank you. And we know that since that transfer, there have been, and in the last 2 decades, there have been a number of financial blows to the museum. And the important one for this conversation, let's say, is that in 2012, with the flooding of Superstorm Sandy, the museum closed its galleries and has not been able to reopen the galleries. And so that becomes relevant as we talk about the John Street lot and the transformation of the museum that we are proposing. And the museum is not just one building. It's not just the galleries on Schermerhorn Row. As we all know, it is also the historic ships, bound printers. It still exists as a campus as it was originally conceived. But what is critical to this presentation and the point that we want to make in this narrative is the relationship of the museum to the district, that the museum defines the district, and there is a symbiotic relationship between the district and the museum. And so when we talk about the 2 sites together, it is about completing the district and improving the broader district. And so our proposal is to infill 2 empty sites, complete the grain and structure of the district, and to do that in a way that is completely in line with the historic legacy of the district and of the site itself, and as originally envisioned by the museum in its own master plan. And there are benefits to the district and benefits to the museum. And we won't talk about these specifically, but we are presenting this to Landmarks for context in that there are benefits beyond just the museum, including affordable housing. And that, but the
Landmarks has already said that affordable housing is not in their purview and is not part of the Landmarks application in terms of what they opine. So that part we definitely don't have to talk about. Thank you.
Great. So I'll move quickly past that and only make the point that all of this is based on, again, the historic legacy of transfer of rights within the district. And so our proposal is literally to transfer the unused development rights which exist on the waterfront to maintain low development on the waterfront. And because there is low development at Pier 17 and 10 building, there is available rights in transferring those to 250 Water Street. And that is what unlocks the value for thinking about the district comprehensively. So with that, we will jump in very quickly to the 2 chapters about the specific architecture of our proposals, and I'll pass this over to Frank to speak about the museum.
So we just heard about how the museum really is a campus completely integrated throughout the entire district. So where is the front door to this incredibly important institution? It's in the center of Schermerhorn Row, the most historic buildings in the district, but in fact, it's also flanked by retail shouting for your attention. And the museum has suffered for identity because of that ever since. And you can see they've tried to rectify that issue with a huge flagpole and with a canopy and various types of wayfinding elements. Next. And so a first principle of this proposal is to move their entrance from its mid-block location on Fulton Street to the corner of South Street and Fulton, much more prominent, much more appropriate for them, closer to the water, and to complete the block with a new building at the currently empty John Street lot. Next. For that new building, we are applying a series of architectural principles, and I will describe these in more detail. We are first pulling that new contemporary building a respectful distance away from the historic buildings immediately to its north, creating a bit of separation. Next. We are matching the massing of the entire block by matching the cornice line of the adjacent buildings. Next. We are sitting the mass of the building on top of a distinctive storefront, much like we find in other adjacent historic properties. And we are creating a sympathetic relationship with the repetitive rhythmic scale of openings in the facades of the adjacent historic buildings. Next. It's important context perhaps to identify and recognize that the museum has long contemplated an expansion onto the John Street lot. There's a lot of good, solid, logical reasons to do so. And that history includes an improved expansion building for the museum, a glass and metal proposal approved by LPC in 1998. Next. That approval included a phased approach. So the first phase of that was a kind of circulation component that accommodated stairs and elevators and so forth. That particular proposal was scaled back a couple of years after its initial proposal and is the source of the contemporary insertion that we see accommodating that vertical circulation at the kind of rear corner, the northwestern corner of the empty John Street lot. Next. And we too are proposing a phased approach for the museum's expansion and revitalization. And we are doing that in order to open the museum as soon as possible. Its galleries have not been open in any meaningful way since 2012. So there's significant mechanical, infrastructural, and life safety work that we aim to do as quickly as possible. And we will take the opportunity to move the entrance to the more prominent corner, as well as consolidate the historic gallery footprint of the museum towards the water, towards the east. So on the left side, we have the existing plans, the ground floor on the bottom, a typical upper gallery floor plan. The museum currently occupies 21 individual, nearly identical small-scale galleries. And on the right, we have the proposed phase 1 condition at the bottom of the ground with the entrance at the corner of Fulton and South, and the historic gallery footprint consolidated towards the east, towards the water, the ships, and the piers. Next, please. In addition to reorganizing the interior circulation and gallery layout of the museum, we will use this opportunity to restore the exterior of 91 South Street, 92 and 93. Those are the Fulton Ferry Hotel building, the corner building, and 4 Fulton Street, all the exteriors of the future footprint of the museum. Next, please. There is a robust suite of restoration and repair work for all of those exterior facades. I won't go through it in great detail to spare you the time, but we will be proposing repairs to all of the various types of masonry, brick, granite, brownstone. We will be repairing, of course, the slate roofs and many other repair and restoration elements for these facades next. Additionally, we will be proposing a new paint scheme for these buildings. This paint scheme is historically appropriate, derived from historical sources. We do not believe that there are any extant historic paint samples actually to be taken. So we'll be repainting all the window frames as we repair all of the historic wooden window frames as well. We'll be repainting the storefront. You can see a light warm gray instead of the brown, providing increased improved identity for the museum. We're proposing a hand-painted sign, much like historic hand-painted signs once were found in the district, on the brick that says South Street Seaport Museum. A single banner sign at the corner you can see in red there, and then a storefront-like sign above the corner entrance to the museum as well. Next.
Just repeat again where that corner is. It's south and what?
And Fulton. It is the northeast corner.
Thank you.
Excuse me, facing northeast, pardon me. This is the Fulton Street elevation. Of course, the same menu of restoration and repair will be applied here. You also see a hand-painted sign at this elevation, including the woodcut finger icon, indicating the new prominent entrance for the museum at that corner. Okay. And finally, we are reconfiguring that circulation piece that dates from 2002 we saw a bit earlier. We will insert a new circulation core in exactly the same footprint, albeit a bit taller. This is to provide accessibility via an elevator to all floors of the gallery spaces, which currently does not exist. They are not accessible, as well as proper egress to all floors of the gallery, which currently does not exist either. Next, please. Shifting gears to look at the phase 2 portion, so the full build out of the John Street lot. We thought deeply about the seaport, and it's characterized on its exterior as a kind of masonry district, but in fact, deep down inside those buildings are actually structured by wood. Next, please. This is one of the typical historic galleries in the museum, and the wood structure of the floors and the ceilings is a significant and important protagonist in one's experience of these intimate, wonderful historic spaces. And we use that as inspiration for the new galleries, the contemporary galleries in the new John Street lot building. So this is a truly wood structure, something that is truly resilient in sustainability. We're aiming for a net carbon zero building here, a carbon neutral building, because of the use of wood as a structure. So heavy timber columns, glue laminated beams, and cross-laminated timber floor and ceiling structures. So the presence of wood is a primary protagonist, just as it is in the historic galleries, but these, by contrast, are larger scale, flexible, contemporary galleries that will allow the museum to do programming in a way that it currently cannot. Next, please. This is an elevation looking at the South Street elevation. If we peel off the facade, you see the historic galleries on the right side of the screen, the presence of the wood structure, and the contemporary galleries on the left with the presence of the contemporary wood structures there. And there is a space in between with bridges connecting the two so that one moves back and forth between intimate historic galleries and larger and more flexible contemporary ones.
On this image,
Yes.
does your cursor work on this image? Yes. So put the cursor on the proposed corner entrance, please, because the northeast corner of Fulton and South is actually across the West Side Highway. I want to see where that proposed entrance is.
It's the southwest corner. I misspoke.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay.
It's currently where the Sarah Jessica Parker store is, would be the entrance.
Thank you.
Moving to the exterior, we thought, how might we clad this timber box? And we looked to historic timber ships, which sometimes were clad in copper in order to make them actually faster. Next, please. It's a historic technique that really hasn't changed over the course of 200 years. So here you see the application of this copper cladding to the USS Constitution more than 200 years ago, and the revival of that same technique. And it results in a really wonderful kind of handcrafted artisanal texture across the surface of the hulls of these ships. Next. Of course, this is a material not foreign to significant architecture as well. Even on the waterfront, there are many metal buildings, especially quite special and unique ones. And so we thought, what more special building than the museum to apply a copper exterior skin. Next, please. So here we see that copper exterior cladding the wood structured contemporary building, separated with a glass enclosed circulation piece from the historic restored buildings on the right side of your screen. As one approaches this copper, it would have a handcrafted texture reminiscent of the texture we saw in the photo of the USS Constitution. Next. And we are proposing to allow this copper to naturally patina over time. So it will darken quite quickly at first, over the first couple of years, and then over a much longer time frame, 15 to 20 years, gradually turn a deep and rich green. Next. We think this will create an even more special presence for the museum while still being a compatible tonality and a compatible material with real integrity within the context of the historic district. To further detail and enliven the facades, we again look to the history of the historic district, particularly the use of shutters on many windows throughout the entire district, some still in existence, as well as the use of arches at the ground floor entrances of the more unique buildings in the district. Next. And we applied those to the museum building here in order to provide depth, light, shade, and shadow to the facade, as well as to allow the museum to control natural light on the interior for different galleries and different exhibitions, and to connote a welcoming and open ground floor for the public. Here is that small separation between the new building on the left and the historic buildings, 91 South Street in particular, on the right. It is a glass enclosed connection piece with bridges connecting the two galleries. And as one moves from one to the other, one would have views bathed in natural light from above, orienting you out to the ships and piers and water beyond.
Because this is such a long presentation, I just want to ask, so you're breaking the street wall on the last slide, is that what I'm saying?
If we go back, it is continuous interior space, but the facade here is pushed back in the center, yes.
No, not in the center, to the left. It doesn't reach out to the street wall. Why is that? To create a plaza or something?
No, it does reach out to the street wall. There's a bit of an angle of the property line, but it is in fact aligned.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarifying question. I think we can go on. So putting all those pieces together, this is that entrance that you were asking about, Mr. Ehrman, quite a clear view of the southwestern corner. So that is the new entrance. You see the restored facades here with the newly proposed signage indicating the entrance, the enlivened storefront, and the completion of the block with the contextually consistent massing of the new building at the southern corner. Next. Just taking a look from the opposite view. So we are looking northwesterly here. Again, we see the completion of the block and the rhythm of the openings and scale matching the adjacent buildings as well. And we get our first glimpse in this particular view of the towers of 250 Water Street in the distance as a kind of backdrop for the low scale foreground, much as 199 Water Street, which we see on the left part of this image, is a backdrop for the low scale foreground. Next. And we won't speak about this in any depth, but really these two projects, of course, are linked, and that development is what enables the future revitalization of the museum. So Chris will tell us about 250 Water Street in much greater detail. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Frank. So now we will.
Chris, before you start, my
shift to
question.
the final chapter. Yes, please.
How do you want to take Q&A? You want to do it straight on this section first because it's a separate application before we go to 250 Water?
We will take guidance from you. We have, so that is the museum in its totality as we're presenting it. And the next chapter really is 250. And so we can work our way through the whole thing and then take questions at the end, unless you prefer to break with questions. We'll look to your guidance.
I was curious as to whether or not to keep the focus on the application in terms of the conceptual and the architecture, and as Bruce is pointing out, whether or not Bruce and Jason, I'll take it from you. Do you want to do it now or do you want to wait?
I think, go ahead, Jason.
Isn't it all, are we going for a certificate of appropriateness? This is the whole thing. It's both parcels, right?
Correct.
So then we should keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
You got it.
I just want to clarify, and I've done it before. This is one single application. So LPC is being asked to approve, modify, or deny one application.
Yes,
that's a question for the applicant.
Yes, I'm asking the applicant.
This is Valerie Campbell. This is two applications. One is for 250 Water Street. The other is for the new building and the changes to the museum buildings on the museum block.
Once again, one application is for 250 and one is for the presentation we just saw. Is that correct?
Well, there's a single presentation for both applications.
Yes, and you're looking for one single resolution or two separate resolutions from LPC, one way or another?
We are looking, I think, for LPC will be issuing two decisions, one for each. The presentation is linked because they are, these applications are linked. So I think the community board can do separate resolutions or it can do a single resolution, but the presentation that we're presenting both to the community board and to Landmarks is a single presentation.
So your anticipation, I'm sorry, there's still air in this answer, no offense. Your expectation is that Landmarks Preservation Commission will adjudicate one application and then adjudicate the other. They will not have an interstitial link between the two resolutions. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by an interstitial link.
Well, you keep saying they're linked. Are they linked in your mind or in the sense that two separate applications are being put forth simultaneously? Or do you think this will be reviewed as one?
Share the same architect. They have different owners on these two parcels. They are part of a sort of unified approach to the district. I think the community boards saw an application similar to this when Rick Cook came forward with, I think it was probably 13 different applications, including 3 for new buildings.
I'm well aware of it, yes. But my question, I remember, Rick, before that, John Petrarca had that project. Rick wound up getting it. My question is, do you expect, and I think it's a clear question, do you expect the LPC to adjudicate each application separately? That is to say, approve, deny, or modify? Or do you think they will create an end result regarding both applications as one decision? I think that's a clear question. Is it confusing to the board? No. Okay. So,
let her answer.
No. To the board? I'm sorry. I think that at the end of the day, Landmarks will be issuing 2 determinations.
Thank you.
Because each decision is linked to each parcel.
Okay, great. So in that case, I think we should have a very quick, not overly detailed regard of this present application. So that's my suggestion, but Tammy can make the final decision.
For me, we're going to take public comment at the end, but the question is really for the committee if they have questions about the historic buildings and the new structure and the paint and the brick and everything that you would normally do, whether you want to do that now or wait until after you hear 250. They are separate.
Well, maybe we can hear and see how they relate. Let's hear the end of it. Let's see how they make this connection between.
One can't happen without the other. Am I correct?
Yes.
So why don't we just deal with that and move on, Bruce?
Okay. Then let's hear the 250 presentation.
Jump back in. I'm going to jump back in then. Thank you. Important clarification. First, we recognize that we are not the first proposal for 250 Water Street, and certainly not the first proposal that LPC has reviewed and taken action on. And we do think, though, we are the first proposal that is thinking beyond the immediate site of 250 Water. And so the link of the 2 sites actually puts us in a unique position relative to prior proposals, in that the benefit of the whole district comes from this single site. Additionally, we believe that we can learn and evolve from prior proposals and take the benefits and the distractions towards finding a positive solution today. We also acknowledge that there is an existing zoning envelope as revised in 2003 with a cap to the building at 120 plus 40 feet of mechanical. And this envelope for the volume for the area that's on this site essentially guarantees that the building will bulk out at this envelope, which arguably is not the most appropriate for the context of the district, in that it provides still a bulky building in relation to its immediate context. And so by unlocking the zoning, there is also opportunity to build a more contextual podium in the district. So our site, full block on the upland side of the district, a transition site within the district. As a reminder, empty today, empty for decades. It is flanked by very different conditions on all 4 sides. To the north, the broadest building in the district. To the south, the tallest building in the district. Unique buildings in the context of the Seaport District. And to our east, we have more of the fine grain that we typically associate with the district, of course, with the exception of what is today Blue School, the aggregation of several buildings and expansion onto the center make it a large building mid-block. And of course, to our west, we have the Southbridge Towers outside of the district. And the photographs of the site also demonstrate it as a transition site at the edge of the district, with the views to the south in the upper left-hand corner here. We see the Beekman, tallest building in the district, in the context of Lower Manhattan, the Southbridge Towers to our west, Peck Slip to our north, and then to our east, we do see the more regular rhythm of the smaller articulated facades that we associate with the district. And the block was largely demolished in the period of the widening of Pearl Street. And it was essentially an empty site when it was designated, with the exception of a parking garage built in the, or a garage building built in the 50s. But the site today is not a contributing site to the fabric of the district, meaning it is an empty gap currently in the district, as it has been. And each of these views, seen from within the district or seen from outside of the district, demonstrate the kind of gap in the fabric of the district. And so, you know, how do we build a large building here? How do we build a full block building here that is contextual? And part of that, we believe, is just thinking about the perception of the district historically. And the district, as we see it from the waterfront, we think of it as a waterfront district, obviously. And as seen from the waterfront, we think of the district as low masonry buildings in the context of tall buildings beyond. And that's the perception from the waterfront historically, and it was the perception within the district historically. Low masonry buildings with the context of taller buildings beyond. And this district is unique in that it can be seen from afar. It is not just a district that you only experience from inside the district, because we have great views of it from the Brooklyn Bridge. We have great views of it from across the river, from Brooklyn Heights. We see the district historically. The district has always read, even from afar, as fronting the waterfront, a series of low buildings on that waterfront, and tall buildings directly adjacent and beyond. And that is very much the case today. Still facing the waterfront, low masonry buildings in a context of tall buildings. And our site shifts upland from the water and is in this transitional zone between the consistently low masonry buildings of the district and the tall buildings of the context. And so this is really the premise that we have started from to develop what we believe is a strategy that is appropriate to the district, in that it is filling the gap of the district with a low contextual base that borrows its cues from its direct context, with setback towers broken into two towers to break down the bulkiness that respond to the height and context of the neighbors directly adjacent on Water Street, and then sit lower than the buildings of Lower Manhattan beyond. And seen another way, in elevation, the premise of our diagram, the kind of the scheme, if you will, is a low contextual base that really borrows its cues from its immediate context. And atop that contextual base are towers that borrow or set its height datum from the neighbors on Water Street. And so as we go down Water Street, you see the buildings reside between about 450, 500 feet, and we are setting our tower height at 470 feet. And so, we believe that the perception of the district from within the district and the perception of the district from afar is a series of low masonry buildings, low cornice lines, heavy texture on the facades that is sitting in the context of directly adjacent taller buildings. And that was historically the reading of the district, and it remains very much the reading of the district, that from within the district, we have low masonry buildings in a context of tall buildings, and that is what you perceive from within the district, and it's what you perceive from outside of the district, looking in the long views towards the district. And that is the case today, and we believe that that can be the case in our proposed configuration of the site, and that we can continue the legacy of low contextual masonry street fronts with tall buildings in the distance that respond to the more broader context of Lower Manhattan. So I'm going to walk through a little bit just the thinking of the development of the architecture and the specifics of our architecture, and I'll show a series of views from within and around the district. So starting with the site, with the as of right envelope, that, as we just described, and I think everyone is very familiar, is a 120-foot cap plus mechanical and an 85-foot street wall on all four sides of the block. So our first step is really to try to dramatically reduce the height of the street wall to really build a podium that is much more appropriate to the immediate context of its neighbors, and to then think about the designing of that street wall or that contextual base as borrowing clues from the DNA of the block. And so the elevation across the top is the historic elevation on Water Street, and we borrow the modulation of the historic facades, the kind of proportion of the historic facades, and articulate that scale module on the facade. And we articulate that, and we'll see in a moment, with different color brick and with slight undulation in the facade from one to the next. And then within that structure of module, we can vary the height of the podium to respond much more directly to the context at the corners, and also respond to the difference of context on Pearl Street versus Water Street. And so we bring down the cornice line, and then we introduce fenestration and window patterns that borrow from the very consistent scale and proportion of windows in the masonry buildings in the district, and also borrow the very consistent datum of storefront that is also very dominant in the district. And then we borrow the specific palette of masonry and tone-on-tone masonry within the district, and also the notion of a pressed masonry, not a wire cut, not a modern masonry. And so we are trying to, again, borrow the tectonics of the district and propose a podium and an architecture that resonates with that context, but doesn't do that in a way that is simply applying the historic to the new, but to build a building that appears to be built today, but that is respectful and resonates with the buildings in its context from yesterday. And so you see that in the post and lintel storefront, you see that in the masonry facade, you see that in the masonry lintel expression. And just zooming in a bit, you see also attention to detail, attention to depth of the windows from the masonry. And you see that there's a kind of slight separation of one facade to the next. So it doesn't read as one consistent facade from one end of the block to the other. And then at the storefront, we also try to borrow clues from our context of dividing the larger lights, for bringing in a transom with screen texture a raised base and post and lintel architecture. And so that starts to come together as a streetscape. And we have now the opportunity to infill the gap of the parking lot with a building that sets its datums and scale resonant with its neighbors, and the scale and texture of the facades resonates with the scale and texture of the facades that we think of in the historic Seaport District. And so we now have a completed room again on Water Street. And then the towers are placed atop that contextual, or grow out of that contextual base, but we do that in a way that tries to have the most modest impact of this area in the district. And so we've divided them into two towers to keep the height in context with the other Water Street buildings to the south. We've set those towers back as far as we can on the north and south side, so that the view sheds from within the district to the outside of the district have less impact from the tower. We also set back 20 feet on the narrow street of Water Street, and then 10 feet to Pearl. And then we had put the narrow faces towards the district as visible from afar, as from across the and from the river, let's say. And so then we can take a quick tour around the base of the building and understand that we've set varying datum for the cornice line, a consistent datum for the storefront, and that varying datum then allows us to address the step and change in scale from Pearl Street to Water Street, and also the stepping of the storefront from an elevation as we have an incline towards the water from Pearl towards Water and then onward to the river. And the same step and datum on Beekman as we see the elevation, using the kind of smaller module that we described that came from the historic structure of the block and lot sizes of the block. And then we can step the profile down to respond more directly with the context than the full large 85-foot existing street wall. And so now we'll walk through a bunch of views of the site from various points within the district and outside of the district. And first, looking at the view today north on Water Street. And so we see Peck Slip School in the distance, empty parking lot on the left, and the opportunity to create a streetscape here rather than a single-sided facade, and a streetscape that responds to the scale and the material and the palette of the existing grain. And that same now view from Beekman, looking west out of the district. And we see the infill of the blocks. The corner now is held with architecture. The tower set back 40 feet from Beekman, rising in the top of this view. And now moving north to Peck Slip, and we see that today with the empty parking lot, the Peck Slip is not contained as it was historically, and it's so the district and the sight lines are out of the district to beyond. And so actually, by infilling the site, we now have the ability to recapture the space of Peck Slip. And we have pushed the tower south in this case so that it aligns with the broader face and space of Peck Slip. And that same effect of creating the rooms of from within, now we see that it also, the expansion of the street as rooms to the outside, and the ability for building on this site to provide a proper edge and complete the boundaries of the district. And so in our proposal, we complete a room here again on Peck Slip. We have the opportunity to pedestrianize more formally this strip of Peck Slip, which is now used as the Peck Slip School play area. and also create or strengthen the boundary of the district along Pearl Street. And so we'll look at a couple of views now starting to get further away, but
Chris.
we're back on Water Street looking south, and you see the very
Chris.
much the same context. Yes.
The closing of the street is not included in the landmarks purview, correct?
The closing of the street is not part of the application. That's
What
correct.
street is being closed?
They were looking, the pictures they just showed was Peck Slip Street being closed, but they can't,
So I should say
that's
that-
not part of the landmark application.
Is that part of some other plan on the table?
Correct. There is discussion with Peck Slip
Clearly.
School and with DOT for the pedestrianization of that piece of block, which that one segment, which is now closed during the days for Peck Slip School to use as a outdoor play area. And so there's interest in DOT in formalizing that. And that may be, so the discussion is, should that just be a more temporary, continue to be a temporary solution, which is right now police barricades, or should it be a more permanent solution that actually
They haven't come to the community board to talk about that yet, so that should not be a part of this rule on that, and it should not be. I mean, that's completely out of the purview of this discussion altogether.
Tammy, can we at least send an inquiry about this to the city, since we're just first hearing about it as usual, please? Is that okay?
Tammy's muted.
I'm taking notes. Keep going, Chris. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Tammy, did you hear me?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a sharing a lot.
Keep it in your notes.
I don't think Chris is proposing
So,
the closing. He's reacting to the proposed closing.
I believe that was the school, I think that there was some school and other stakeholders were interested in that idea, so.
Right.
Correct. As Saul mentioned at the beginning, there were a series of stakeholder meetings that were inviting input from various stakeholders in the district, and that was part of that conversation.
Yeah, if I could just, can I just clarify this? Because I think there's no current proposal to close the street, and it's not, as I think Tammy said, it's not part of this proposal. It was discussed, I guess, from Peck Slip School has asked for a more permanent barricade. So God forbid someone drives through, and those are temporary barricades as we currently consider it. If we were to do it, that would pull out. But if there was a permanent request by Peck Slip to close the school, that would have to come as part of this process if they were interested in doing it down the road. But that is not part of this discussion. I agree.
Thank you. How many people wish to speak, Jennifer, outside of the committee?
Bruce, how much longer do you have, Chris? That's really the main question.
Yes.
Because on that public.
Let's say 3-4 minutes. Just a few more views.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, we got this.
Yeah, thank you all very much. And I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up quickly. So just a few more views as we start to distance ourselves further away and we start to see the towers more prominently. So this is the view now further north on water looking south. And so we see that the scale and texture of the immediate context and the aspiration here is to stitch together the streetscape of the district with this contextual podium and the towers set back and take on a lighter tone than the contextual podium. Same palette, but a lighter tone to disengage them visually from the podium. And then another view, again, stepping back further on Beekman Street looking west, we see the scale and texture of the exquisite facades in the district. Really, you see much more of what we associate with the district now as we move further east. And then the continuation of the facade at Beekman, and the tower is set back 40 feet from Beekman. And then moving around to Pearl Street, this idea of now completing the boundaries of the district with this contextual podium, and you see the towers relating more in scale to what you see further south on Water at 199 Water. And I'll talk very briefly about the architecture of the towers. We have lightened the tone from the base so that there is a visual separation so that your eye is not pulled up to the towers necessarily from the podium, so that you have the space of the street. And we have tried to put a lot of depth in the facades so they don't read as glass towers. And we have done that with outdoor space primarily as our device. And so we have deep terraces or loggia, so that the buildings face the water and face with outdoor space. And even the typical facade is thought of as a kind of post and lintel expression. And also trying to introduce depth in the facade so that we don't have the tight sealed appearance of modern glass towers. Very quickly, programmatically, just to let everybody know that it is proposed as office in the podium of the building and residential in the tower of the building. I know that that program is not part of this conversation, so I'll just go quickly to appearances of the now a little bit further away. And so you can see the two towers, which we have taken some attempt to not have them be identical twin towers, but to have them have some variation between the towers, more like more appropriately, we believe, to the district, and to build as much depth and texture into the facade of the towers as possible, particularly with these outdoor spaces facing the waterfront. And so you can see the low contextual podium and then a zone that responds more to the collection of rooftop structures, and then the two towers nestled here in the context of Lower Manhattan. And that then the view from afar, as we are now in Brooklyn, looking back and see still the low context of the district facing the waterfront, and the two towers upland at the back of the district. And so in conclusion, really, we believe that this is the context of the district, that the district has a front and it is to the water, and that maintaining low height at the waterfront is paramount, and that the district has historically been seen in the context of taller buildings adjacent and beyond, and that will continue to be the case with our proposal on 250 Water Street. And that we think that there is opportunity to think comprehensively about the district and for private development to benefit the district at large, and for us to use that planning concept to support the district and complete the district, and to benefit the reopening of the South Street Seaport Museum galleries on Schermerhorn Row, and the ultimate completion of the block, and the completion of the streetscape of the district, and the perception of the streetscape as it exists today, but to the betterment of as it is read today, and the stitching together of the streets, and the premise of doing that with a contextual low base and towers that rise out of that are akin to the base but separate from the base. And so to bring this together, we have two views of the two empty sites that are currently detracting from the district, and the opportunity to complete the district and infill those two empty sites, the last two real empty sites within the district today.
Thank you. So we're going to go around the table with the committee, and then Tammy is going to navigate the community speakers. It is already almost 9 p.m., so I hope everyone limits their comments. I'll start first. All I want to say is that as regards the architecture of the first Seaport infill on John Street, I actually think it's quite good, except it seems to me that the actual storefront level got its inspiration from Schrafft's. If you look at the old Schrafft's restaurants, I mean, it's not a terrible inspiration. I don't get the arches and what looks like travertine, but the upper portion I think is surprisingly good. As for 250 Water Street, all I can say is that
Bruce, hang on.
Yeah.
Don't. We've got a lot of time to say, ask the questions that you need clarified.
I think the presentation is self-evident. I don't have any questions then.
Yeah.
So any questions from the committee?
We have Vicky Cameron who has her hand up.
Yes.
A few other members as well have their hands up.
I wanted to get a clarification. You're using copper on the facade, and you said it was going to green naturally. I don't think that happens anymore because we don't have enough acid in the air, and that is not going to green on its own. Can you confirm that? Have you spoken to your consultant on that?
Yes, and that will occur. That process is sped by acid rain, but not created by acid rain.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to ask for that in writing because, like, we're in the same industry, and I heard the exact opposite, saying that there is no such thing as greening anymore naturally like it used to.
Okay.
I'm talking about, the corner of Fifth Avenue and 67, so it's not exactly a small, insignificant building. I also hear you, constantly using language like contextual, masonry, details, and yet you don't use any of that in your new proposal. Everything has to be new and different.
What do you mean?
Comment. Maybe a comment. Pardon?
Clarify, Vicky, what you mean.
Is there a question?
Yeah.
Why are you using this language? You continuously set a precedent for details and contextual, look of the historic South Seaport, yet your solution has nothing to do with the contextual architecture. The details, the materials, nothing is contextual. So I'm just wondering how you, see that relating.
Well, I think what we saw was that in the district there is post and lintel storefront. What we saw in the district, there is molded brick that has flush mortar. But in the district there are lintels. Okay.
Are you talking about the museum building?
Yeah.
Okay. So with the with the museum building, the Landmarks Commission will often entertain new materials in a building that's contemporary. It's an institutional building that has hopes to have a presence in the district, and the materials and forms, shape, and proportional relationships are very much in keeping with the block that it's being set in. And the Commission often embraces new architectural expression in that kind of situation. And we think that we've really hit a good note with this in the materials that are being used.
Right. That's all terrific, except that the Landmark Commission is not New York City residents. We are at a community board, and I'm here representing the community, right? So the community likes their historic seaport. They like the look of it. They like the scale. They like the details, the humanity part of it. And yet you're changing to a completely different program because landmarks will approve it or you like it. I'm just pointing out, no explanation is required. I'm going to say this lastly, and I want to be heard. Both the fill-in of these two blocks, and no matter what language we use, is creating an unbelievable congestion. And that's what I think my fellow community residents are extremely concerned about. It is a Goliath landing on us. And I know we'll have lots of opportunities to discuss this later on, but simple things like garbage pickup, it's going to be an issue for a 50-story building of this many units. So that's my comment for tonight, representing my fellow community.
Thank you, Vicki. Let's go next to the next community board member. Remember, we're trying to keep it down. We gave the community board members a couple more minutes, but we do want to get to the public and it's quite late. So keep going.
We have Paul Goldstein.
We're doing landmarks committee first and then board members. So
Susan Cole.
Yeah. Susan?
Yes, I'm coming. I just want to ask one thing, preservation notwithstanding. The ability for them to build the buildings as high is because of the air rights from the South Street Seaport?
Potentially, yes.
From the museum, I'm sorry. Am I correct?
From the piers.
From the piers.
From Pier 17 and the Tin Building.
Okay. Thank you. It's all you can see what you're getting. Goodbye.
Okay, who else from the committee? I see.
Can I speak? This is Elizabeth.
Yes,
I just want to raise my objection to the scale, as I'm sure we will be hearing time and again. Not the architecture is fine, but the scale is going to be a big problem.
Okay. Alice? Wait. Did I get everybody who's on the committee?
Tammy, it's Vera.
Vera, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I had a question on the Seaport Museum application. I just didn't understand that glass separation between the buildings, the two buildings. I needed to understand the rationale of that sliver of glass. Frank?
Sure. Currently you can see the exposed historic brick party wall of 91 South Street. And it's quite beautiful. And we thought that it might be appropriate to pull the contemporary building away from that a bit, and that you might still be able to see it and experience it when you cross across these bridges between the two buildings. It creates a nice separation and kind of counterpoint between the historic and contemporary structures.
Okay. And thank you for that explanation. And then Tammy, just one other thing. I just been hearing about how, I heard some comment, I don't know who made it, but saying that the museum is what makes the historic district. But I take issue with that, because what makes this district historic is not just the museum, but all the residents who've lived here for quite some time, who actually pay our taxes, lived here through Sandy, prior Sandy, and continue to contribute by being a part of it. And also the fact that the buildings and the area, the way it is zoned and the way it is structured currently, that's what makes it a district, not just a museum.
Thank you. Anybody else on the committee?
Then I am going to say my one sentence, since everyone else has. All I want to say is that in terms of the linkage of the two pieces of architecture, this board has dealt with that subject in terms of catastrophism for the last 50 years. And I think it should be off the table. The linkage between the catastrophes that occur in this district and the Seaport Museum. We approved reluctantly an HHC tower after 9/11, specifically because the the analysis was that it would save downtown at a time of disaster, and now we're talking about disaster again, this time with a new developer. That's my piece. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Susan, you've gone. You can take your hand down. Alice, you have questions?
Can we, thanks very much for the presentation. Can you go up to page 93, Chris, or one of the presenters, or is that too late? Your previous.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
We'll go.
So I just want to take a look at those previous proposals.
93.
I think it's page 93 on like your document. So it's basically the page that shows the previous proposals. The historic previous proposals.
Oh, got it. Okay.
You know,
let me get back to that. Yeah, I will. I'll get back to that.
I'm reticent to opine on the architecture. You know, there's a lot of terrific moves and maybe less terrific ones in terms of the museum. It certainly seems like it would help to have a plan. Maybe I missed it, but you know, a sort of a scaled plan of seeing the base of 250 Water, just because I have no understanding. It looks like a very massive, long, monotonous facade. I couldn't really see it and understand, you know, where these breaks are. But anyway, that aside, I think something that's always interested me is, you know, you noted that there were these previous proposals presented to the Landmarks Preservation Commission over the last 40 years for this site. And in fact, there were 7 proposals and 6 of them were rejected. In 83, there was the proposal for a tower by Franzen at 23 stories, which was half the size of one of the 2 current proposed towers here, which was rejected by the commission, who stated at the time the project would, quote, dominate and overwhelm the neighboring buildings in the district by feature of its sheer size and massing. And 3 years later, in 1986, Jan Geert Porkenoy, forgive me if I mispronounced that, who's a firm who's provided restoration plans for Schermerhorn Row and who currently forms part of your team, proposed 2 residential towers at 12 and 30 stories, which is the third picture here, which in front of you. And this was over a 5- and 6-story podium. And it's very similar to the approach that you're taking today, yet at less than half, much less than half the proposed scale. And again, the proposal was rejected by the Landmarks Preservation Commission, who stated at that time that the proposed scale, size, mass, and volume of the 30-story tower would dominate and overwhelm the neighboring buildings. So my question is, I guess, to the designers and to Chris, you seem to be the lead here. You know, how does the current proposed project with 2 47-story towers on a similar podium, which is much larger than any of the previous proposals, which will be set in an arguably much more crowded urban scape here in 2020, will be considered a viable alternative to the commission, as compared to the proposals that were at a smaller scale that the commission rejected previously on the basis of the size, scale, and massing?
So I think, well, two parts to that question is that we do believe that we are borrowing some of the better attributes of the last 2 schemes and hopefully improving upon them with our proposal, and that there is actually the benefit of good architecture that we can present and discuss with the LPC, and that, so I think that there's borrowing some of the positive attributes of these, improving upon them, and this is distinct in that, and this is the question that that has been raised by this board, but none of these proposals considered the district beyond their own property line. And so this is the first time that anybody has come in front of LPC, in front of the commission, with a proposal that is thinking about the district at large and not just the site itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure I quite buy that. I'm sure that, you know, these earlier architects were looking at the whole district, and of course they were looking at it in terms of the lot and how it fits into its overall context. It'll be an interesting meeting, but it is interesting that our commission over, you know, for 40 years, over 6 proposals, rejected them all because of the size. So it's just, and it doesn't seem like you're doing anything different. It's just quite a bit bigger. So it's a question that remains unanswered. I appreciate where going. I'm not sure it's clear to me how building in another lot has anything to do with this one, but I appreciate the effort and the time. Thank you.
Alice, just to clarify one thing, I just want to, it's actually not 47 floors, it's 37 floors. So, I just wanted you to know that.
But it's 47 stories tall.
It's
correct?
470 feet tall, it's 37 floors.
You're not counting the
stories.
Never mind.
Okay, well, how does it, well, then let me clarify on the Porkinoy, I'm sorry, am I pronouncing that correctly, Chris? Porkinoy? Proposal of 1986, one of those was 30 stories. So is that similar scale to what you're proposing? Or is it smaller, I would think? That's to Chris, I guess.
Yeah, so I have to admit to not knowing the exact heights of the 86 proposal.
Well, anyway, I can identify that 30 stories is not the same as 37. So anyway, it was one tower, but whatever. Okay, thanks, Saul. That is an important clarification. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm moving to Paul Goldstein. Because I think if I've gotten everybody, Paul.
Alice, just for the record, his name was Jan Pokorny. And I lived through every one of those buildings, and I thought there were really 9 that they rejected. Okay, so clearly what is before the community board is whether 2 470-foot tall buildings fit in this 11-block historic district where the average size building is 4 to 5 stories and the zoning is limited to 120 feet. But it is important that this committee understand the history of this site. Time after time, the owners have tried to put up inappropriate buildings, and it was the Landmarks Commission that turned them back. And those buildings range from 14 to 43 stories. And I'll just cite one more bit of language from their testimony, the Landmarks, saying that the new building would cause an abrupt change in scale within the district, which would be disruptive of the district's homogeneous quality. Following those 9 rejections, the community and city officials all came together and we put together this new zoning in 2003 after everyone concluded together that this was ridiculous. And I should point out that this included the Downtown Alliance, this included the Economic Development Corporation, it included the South Street Seaport Museum. Every entity in the district was unified in this. They did a study that showed that buildings can make a fair return on investment based on the zoning. So anyway, that was adopted in 2003. The only reason that 250 Water remains vacant is because the stubborn owners, starting with the Milsteins and now Howard Hughes, refuse to abide by the zoning and the landmarks provisions. Again, remember, other seaport developers have created new, beautiful buildings in this historic area over these years, and they do fit into the low-scale district, including award-winning buildings on historic Front Street. This community board would welcome such a building at 250 Water Street that respects both the historic character and the low scale. I think this committee and CB needs to make a clear statement also that we value our historic districts that appear to be under attack here and elsewhere. I strongly believe there are better ways to create affordable housing than what you've seen tonight. And I remind the CB that we've recommended not shrinking this district by 10%, which is what in essence is before you, but enlarging it to include the new market building. And that's been the position of Community Board 1 for over a decade. Yes, the city, country, and world is going through a difficult pandemic, but that doesn't mean we need to forsake important features of our cities, like our historic districts. And listen to this, the CB has been the leader in the fight to save and create historic districts, successfully resisting inappropriate buildings at 250 Water Street, leading the effort to downzone this area, were two of the most significant achievements ever accomplished by CB1. I urge newer members to keep this proud history in mind as you consider this proposal In conclusion, the job of CB1 is to continue to protect and preserve the special South Street Seaport Historic District. CB1 is on record supporting the transfer of development rights and the other things. I won't get into that because, as we said, it's not germane to before the community board or LPC. What's germane is whether we have an appropriate building. And I believe CB1, based on that, must recommend not to approve these inappropriate buildings at 250 Water.
Thank you, Paul. Mark Amoruso. I see. I'm going to go Mark, Michael, David Sheldon, Mariama, and then into the public. All right.
I just concur with what Paul just said. So I agree. He put it perfectly. That's
Thank
all I
you.
have to say.
Thank you. Remember, guys, if you have questions, this is the time to also ask them. Michael Kramer, and then David Sheldon, and then Mariama.
The Seaport Coalition would like to state for the record, our opposition to this proposal. It falsely ties approval for an inappropriate tower and the new building at a distant John Street lot, and effectively tries to shrink the historic district. As articulated in section 25302 of the Administrative Code, a historic district is defined as any area which contains improvements which have a special character or special historic or aesthetic interest or value and represent one or more periods or styles of architecture typical of one or more eras in their history of the city, and cause such area by reason of such factors to constitute a distinct section of the city and has been designated as a historic district pursuant to the provisions of this chapter. The historic district was designated in 77, extended in 89. It's a special historic 11-block low-rise area, but we reject the implication that the present parking lot is anything but an integral part of the district. The same administrative code just noted empowers LPC to delineate a historic district boundary that embodies a distinct section of the city. Vacant lots, parking lots, and no style insignificant buildings are a typical feature of any urban landscape and are thus likely to be and have been included in historic district boundaries. In recent years, real estate interests have heightened the rhetoric regarding historic preservation as an impediment to development. The inclusion of parcels such as 250 does not preclude their strategic redevelopment. Indeed, LPC has a history of approvals related to appropriate new construction. A most instructive example for us is historic Front Street, as Paul pointed out, developed in 2005 by the Durst organization, 24 Peck Slip, 254 Front Street, perfect examples of new construction that replaced a series of ruins, parking, and vacant lots between Front and Water Streets with new modern elements that meld into their older surroundings rather than undermine them. Even in the absence of specific economic studies focusing on heritage tourism and dollars in New York City, it's clear that the vast number of local residents and tourists, their documented interest in cultural activities such as landmarks, historic sites, guided tours, and sightseeing, and their impact on the economy in terms of jobs, affirm that historic properties not only have civic value, but also economic value. Almost finished. Further, the preservation and protection of these places, that's LPC's role. So contrary to the contention that the historic designation has the capacity to exert adverse impacts on the economy and the economic activity in the South Street Seaport, we say that it indicates that the ongoing preservation and protection of these places fundamentally is vital to New York City's economy. Why do we want to shrink the historic district? Thank you, Tammy.
Hi, everyone. Please note that because of timing purposes, we're really on a time crunch right now. I'll be at timing, so each person moving forward will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, community board members. David Sheldon, you're next. David, you can unmute yourself. Okay, we're moving from David. If he can come back later. Mariama, you want to talk?
Got it.
Oh,
Is that David?
David, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a short statement, but I will not read it. I will submit it by email as requested. I got loads of comments, but I'm going to save us some time. I'm going to keep down to 3 brief questions. You mentioned the Brooklyn Bridge, Chris. I believe these two towers are about 200 feet taller. Am I wrong? Two, I noticed that you segregated the discussion of the podium, so-called, from the towers, and yet in the long view of the structure, they are very evidently one and the same building, despite the fact that the height of them is cut off in many of the pictures. However, you can see it in the long view. Despite that, I've noticed, do you have a long view of this, a rendering of the long view from Water Street, as opposed to from Brooklyn Heights?
I think we did have long views from Brooklyn Heights as well.
But I know you'd have that. You have one from Water Street.
He's asking to understand contextually for the neighborhood what it would feel like. So what does the view look like from Water Street? Because the building is 20 stories taller, both the towers, than anything in the setback that's way across the street, what does it look like from Water Street?
All right, so we only had a view from Water Street at a block north. And so maybe, are you asking from a block south or 2 blocks south?
You have the render, the architectural rendering?
From the block north, but not from the block south. Do you want to see the block north?
If you don't mind putting that up.
And it would be great. So in your comment, so we're certainly not trying to preclude any views. So we can, here's the view. So this is a block north on Water Street.
I see. That takes up about maybe 5% of the image. Do you have anything that looks directly across towards the east?
And do you have anything that actually shows what it would look like? So if you were standing there, what do the towers look like from when you're on Water Street? Because you've only showed the view of the base.
Right. So I guess we don't have wide angle lens views, if that's what you're asking. So we've tried to keep it to the scope of and so.
If I can make a suggestion, why don't we put a list together of the views you'd like to see, and then we can send them for the next community board meeting. If that makes sense.
Okay.
We'll do that. Thank you.
David, you got everything else?
That's it. Thank you very much. Done.
Yeah, so I'd like to see this view, but looking up, since there's nothing blocking in front. So pedestrian would see the top of the tower.
Correct. Understood. Mariama, you were next.
Okay, I shortened my original comment that I planned on making.
I have your submission, so don't worry about that.
Okay, I submitted. So it's a little confusing now. I did hear people talk about the affordable housing and all that stuff, those components, but I'll leave mine in email and leave that out. I have a short comment, a slightly longer comment, and a question that I'll go with now. So from the perspective of quality of life, I know that the parking and the potential street closure is not part of LPC, but from the perspective of quality of life and consideration of also losing a parking lot, or what had been a parking lot, is there a potential for what is being referred to as a historic district turning itself into a parking lot? And that question can be, maybe it's rhetorical, but that's the question. With regard to the building on John, I'm a huge fan of metal and particularly copper, so I loved it. I'm no architect or artist in the least, but I loved it. And my comment, going to what was going to be my longer comment, I'm going to shorten it and only include the first paragraph, which may not be relative to the application, but introduces me and my perspective. And I'm going to read that and along with another paragraph. So I was one of the Save the Museum as well as the Don't Build a Tower at the Seaport people years ago. And I'm also a resident of Southbridge Towers on the Gold Street side. So I've long lost my views to make way for the Gary Building under somewhat similar circumstances. The neighborhood then was encouraged to support the project in large part because of the Spruce Street School, which was supposed to be, slated to be the most amazing school of its time for many reasons. And there went my view of what had once been a view of the Twin Towers, on which my grandfather was one of only 3 Black workers, by the way. And then became my former view of the Freedom Tower. So also being a board member, in addition to a resident of Southbridge, who's been neutral, I think I'm about as much in the mixed yet unbiased as one can possibly be, and have managed to remain neutral and to not officially join any groups without actually seeing or genuinely considering HHC's presentation. So this is my first time really seeing it in its totality. Somehow I'd like to see.
Your 2 minutes passed.
Okay.
Keep going. You'd like to see what? And then
I'd like to see the seaport and particularly the museum saved. And if not by the city itself, by a corporation that doesn't support racist or homophobic policies. And we don't all have the luxury of not having to first look into companies in order to determine whether or not we're comfortable spending our money with them. So I'd like to see a lot more Black and/or Indigenous history, both at the museum and throughout the seaport, as well as more businesses and offerings befitting of a seaport and a seaport district there. But HHC is one of those corporations that offers Black and/or LGBTQIA+ specific programming and supports and even houses one of the few Black-owned businesses in Lower Manhattan. That's it.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Next, we go straight out to the public because I think everybody from the board has spoken. We're going to start. We have a lot of people in the public. Jen is going to mute you after 2 minutes because that's going to be the fastest way that we can do this.
This is Tom. I hope to say a quick.
Oh, sorry, Tom. I missed you. My apologies.
No worries. I had a couple questions.
Please.
One was on the transfer, the original sort of concept of transferring air rights, and how it was supposed to, part of the historic, sort of mandate. Would this be like the final transfer of air rights? Are there other air rights left for development, or would this sort of end that and be the sort of the it doesn't look like there's other development sites in the district any longer. Can somebody speak to that? Because my hope would be that that this might be it, if in fact there's a way to look at it from that standpoint. And then I wondered if there was contextual sort of with the museum, whether there was some programming back and forth between the two projects in terms of like building or space within the 250 Water Street that would also have some museum programming or be part of the museum to make it into more of a district review. So those were 2 questions that I had.
Okay, I know the second one they can answer. The first one, I'm going to say the mechanism for the transfer of the air rights is supposed to be outside the district, not inside the district. And some of this depends on how much they use or don't use. So it might not be the end. And Saul, you'll have to talk about.
And can I just add one thing? That we have a letter from EDC that lays out where all the air rights are remaining. So we could share that with you.
Exactly. Saul, can you talk about if the museum would have any space in the commercial outline that you did for the podium base?
In the 250 Water podium base, Tammy? In the 250 Water, Tony?
Yes, that was my question.
No, I think, and Jonathan's really the better person to answer this. I think they're looking to combine their spaces from an operational and a cost perspective they would be taking over what's now the SJP space, what's next to it, which is the Fulton Stall Market and the bicycle store. Those 3 retail stores we would be giving to the museum and moving them from our lease from EDC to theirs. But I don't believe there's any intent for them to have any space in 250 Water. And as to the air rights, the only other thing I wanted to say is I think as part of it, we would be giving up any rights that Howard Hughes Corporation would have to any air rights or any other transfers. And we're not aware of any other sites that are eligible or could be moved inside or developable inside the historic district or the district. So.
Okay. Move.
And then thank you. And then, you know, as Mariama said, I'm a almost 30-year resident of Southbridge. I'm on the community board. I also was a tenant of Pier 17 with my business, and so I'm concerned that even though I know it's perhaps outside the purview of this current review, that if the museum is not able to survive and is not able to, I understand the don't talk about this sort of warning, but how can you not talk about it
because it's not something that we talk about here. That'll be talked about with air rights.
Okay. All right. Then I think that the preservation of a museum in a historic district, that it is the seeding and condition precedent to the whole beginning of this Seaport district is something that should not be left out of a LPC conversation.
Got it. All right, we're going to go to the public, and Jen, I need you to time. We're going to start. Gosh, is it only my connection that sounds so bad to me? We're going to go.
No, Tammy, there is like this squeak. It's true, and I'm on mute, so.
Okay. All right, not sure where it's coming from. Okay, we're going this way. We're going to start with, and so Jen can oh my gosh. Okay, we're going to start with PECSLIT. Okay, we're going to do Catherine Issel from PECSLIT PTA first. And the South Street Seaport Museum, we already know, has spoken. So we're going to do the Waterfront Alliance after that from Margaret Flanagan. And, all right, and then we are going to go to, we'll start with those two and then we'll keep moving. I'm trying to mark people off.
Catherine Issel, I've unmuted you. Whenever you're ready to speak, you can go ahead.
Catherine. Jen, mute her back. Do the Waterfront Alliance. We'll come back to her. Text her.
Okay.
And who else needs to be muted?
Margaret Flanagan, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Just one moment so I can switch to my notes document, please. Where is it here? Sorry, I apologize for the delay. Again, thank you. I'm Margaret Flanagan, Waterfront Alliance, sharing the testimony of our CEO and President, Courtney Worrell. Waterfront Alliance believes that the Howard Hughes Corporation's proposals for the redevelopment of 250 Water and John Street are worthy of proceeding through Landmark's review process. It's important to acknowledge related historic district improvements this could bring, including a revitalized new market, restoration of a public market, and most importantly, that the South Street Seaport Museum receives sustainable funding and a new resilient building to fulfill its potential as a landmark steward and reopen all of Horn Rose uniquely preserved interior counting house galleries, which are just as significant as the historic district outside. We appreciate Howard Hughes Corporation's outreach to the local community through stakeholder planning workshops and commitment to making the redevelopment of 250 Water part of an overall plan for the historic district improvements. It would be very unfortunate if the project at 250 Water simply results in an as-of-right development without any of the proposed improvements for the historic district. A thoughtful design can produce new buildings that will strengthen, not detract from, the historic district and successfully address issues of size and scale. If these projects can indeed deliver many of the improvements in the planning framework for the historic district, this opportunity is compelling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we're gonna see if Catherine Issel is there.
Okay, I'm meeting her. Hi, Catherine Issel, are you there with us? Catherine Issel, are you there with us?
All right, we'll mute her. We'll come back. One would expect at this hour. I feel bad for her. Okay, so let's go to Samara Glazer in the public, and then we're going to go to Linda Roche.
Got it, okay. Samara Glazer, whenever you're ready to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, okay. I just wanted to say that as a resident of this district for my entire life, which may not be too long, but 17 years is I think it's a good amount. I feel that the proposed development at 250 Water Street just doesn't reflect the character of this community, and that nothing should be built above the limit of 120 feet. And I would personally miss the low-scale building look that has survived here for so long, and that I hope to show to my children someday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your brevity. I very much appreciate it. Moving on. Jen, you got Linda Roche?
I got her. Linda Roche, whenever you're ready to speak.
Hi, thank you guys. Good evening. My name is Linda Roche, and I've been a resident of the Seaport area for 42 years. I've lived through many requests and rejections the Milstein organization went through. The zoning was put down to 120 feet for a reason, and we fully expect it to stay that way. One thing I did want to mention, as far as LPC is concerned, they have, of course, rejected all of the other applications. And one of the things that they mentioned in their rejection is that the scale of these buildings that are within the district will disrupt the district's homogeneous low-scale quality and would visually confuse the clear boundary of the historic district, Seaport. I'm going to put in my submission via email to Jennifer, but I did have a question, and that is, did anybody do a shade study? These tall buildings are going to create shade in all different directions. So I'm just wondering where the shade study is.
Chris, do you have one that you can bring for the next meeting? Share it with us and we can post it on the site.
Sure, we have done shade studies, and so and the news is not negative. That's the positive part. So we can.
Well, we'll be the judge of that, I guess.
Understood.
So if you can, so stick with us, and we'll have it for the next meeting. If we can get it in advance, we'll put it on the website. Thank you very much. Anything else, Linda?
Nope, that's it. Thank you so much. I'll submit mine into Jennifer, my statement.
Perfect. All right, and there goes your timer, so that was even better. Okay, Catherine Issel is back.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Thank you so much for taking the time. So I'm co-president of the PEXA PTA and just wanted to put in the 2 cents about what this construction site would do to our school community. I cannot even imagine what it would do to the kids in terms of their well-being while they're in school. And obviously also the surrounding communities. Aside from that, as so many people have pointed out, there is a law that says that this can't be above 120 feet. I look to Tribeca, we go to the ball fields all day long. We go along the West Side Highway, and in Tribeca, everything is low. In Soho, everything is low. It's all kept that way because of landmarks. So I would hope that in the Seaport, they keep everything according to the law the same way they do in Northern Tribeca and in Soho.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Any questions that you want to ask? Or you're good? That was just a statement. Nope. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to go to Catherine McVeigh Hughes. Now, hold on, Catherine, before we unmute you, we already know that the South Street Seaport Museum is in support of this. So if you can do me a favor, check with the other members, board members of the museum who are here, and with the chair, if they'd like 2 minutes, the board chair, I'm happy to give one of you, but not all of you. So I apologize about that, but based on how much time we have, if it's at all possible for you to check in with him, I'd appreciate that. And then just send me a note.
Catherine should speak.
Okay. Right.
You are good.
All right. So then let's go to, trying to balance this out here. Aaron Singh.
Okay. Aaron Singh, whenever you're ready to speak.
Oh, great. Thank you. My name is Aaron Singh. I'm the waterfront director at the New York Harbor School, former South Street Seaport volunteer for the last 25 years. And I just want to express our support for any idea to keep the museum going. The museum was a founding partner of Harbor School. They started Harbor School back up in 2003.
But we have an idea.
And for many years, say?
This is not about the fiscal determination of the museum. It's about the landmark preservation. So if you have something that you'd like to opine on from the landmarking perspective of the construction of the buildings that are on John Street or the buildings on 250 Water, please let me know. Otherwise, the other parts about it will be involved in the ULERT process, and we welcome you to come and discuss it about that.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we'll submit in comments and not to take up any more time. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So that puts me to Elizabeth Kerr. Same conversation and question. Elizabeth, is this about the landmark application and everything that comes with that?
Thank you. This is Elizabeth Kerr, longtime Seaport Museum volunteer. I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for the presentation, and that I think that SOM has presented an elegant, thoughtful, and respectful proposition here that foregrounds the role of the museum in contextualizing, interpreting, and embodying the historic nature of this historic district. Otherwise, I will submit comments in writing as requested. Thank you all for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to go to to Joanne Gorman. Joanne?
Yeah, I submitted my testimony. Thank you. I'm passing.
Okay, thank you. We love that. All right. Constituent. David Sheldon, you went, correct? Because you're a public member. I think you've already gone. All right. Warren Green in the public.
Sorry, Tammy, could you spell the first name?
Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, last name Green, and after Warren Green, we're going to go to Brandon, who's the chair for the Seaport Museum, perhaps. I'll check with him whether he wants to be the one for the museum or not. We'll unmute him and ask.
I don't see Warren Green on here in the attendees list.
Okay.
And who was the next individual?
Mr. Sexton, Brendan Sexton. He's the chair of the board for the South Street Museum. Figure we'll start at the top. Sorry, Catherine.
I am, but I did say that Catherine McVeigh Hughes should go.
Okay, then we'll take Catherine.
But there are many people here from or with or supporting the museum. Are they not going to be able to speak if I speak? I can't do that.
Well, I'd like to limit. And we know that you support know that you supported this. We understand that. The question is, instead of having 20 people all saying we're on the museum, I have all of the notes that have been given. I'm trying to recognize other people who are also in support, who are not the applicants.
Yes, but there are at least 2 board members who are, well, one's a 30-year, 40-year resident of the community, and they should speak. Whatever they have to say, they speak.
I am going to interject. I have been the chair or co-chair of the Landmarks and Preservation Committee of the Community Board for 21 years. This hearing, as opposed to land use or ULURP, is about textuality and architecture. That's all I want to say.
Okay. So let's go to Kath.
Speak. And then Ernest. If there are to be board members, these people have been here for decades.
Okay.
I can't speak and be told that I am thereby vetoing the other board members' participation.
I'm hoping to get every member of the public that we can able to speak. So what we normally do is group people by organization. If you'd like to cede your time to Catherine or to Ernest, I have no issues with that.
It was Catherine who was cut off when you said that the choice was her or me. So I will yield to her now, but I can't believe that we have only one speaker because you're all associated with the museum.
You are also the applicant, and we have over 100 people. You must understand, I'm trying to group them all by group.
Oh, Catherine.
Thank you. Catherine.
I don't see your name on here.
She should be there. All right. Let's keep going then. Again, a contextuality. Do you see Sarah McNally?
I do, yeah. I'm meeting her.
Yep.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sarah McNally. I'm the owner of McNally Jackson Books on Fulton Street. I'm very much in favor of these developments, both of them. As a shopkeeper in the neighborhood, I've been long troubled by the 2 parking lots under consideration. I think that for the neighborhood to really properly work for retail, we need to make its boundaries more appealing. And these parking lots are both blights that break the historical feel of the neighborhood. I do believe that the proposal by Howard Hughes solves this very elegantly. I believe that the stepped back towers make a lovely transition between the financial district and the Seaport district. And I believe that the museum building, which will connect the Imagination Playground and make it feel like part of the district, is also very beautifully done while saving the museum. As a retailer, it is hard to get the foot traffic needed to make a store work in that neighborhood. And I think that a large part of that is because the neighborhood does not transition elegantly from the financial district.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Catherine just said, please unmute her. She's ready. Catherine.
Is her name, her full name is appearing on attendees list? Or I don't see Catherine on here besides Catherine SL, unless she's going by another name.
She goes by Hughes. She's missing just the middle.
Perfect.
There you go.
Hi, Catherine, whenever you're ready.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I also want to make sure that Ernest, a 40-year resident, gets an opportunity to speak. He's lived in City 1 for a very long time. As you know, I served on Community Board 1 for 20 years, half of that time as chair or co-chair, and I've lived downtown since 1988. And all that time, we've never seen any motion on the 250 Water Street site, so it's good to see that change at last. As someone who cares about our community and is committed to its future, there are 7 points that I would like to make about this proposal. 1, it replaces an eyesore with a beautiful building designed by a world-renowned architect. 2, it eliminates a contaminated brownfield that has threatened the neighborhood for more than a century. 3, it restores affordable housing lost when Southbridge Towers went private. 4, it brings new residential customers to the restaurants and small businesses of the neighborhood. 5, it provides new facilities for schools such as the Blake Street Community Center. 6, it creates a new future for the South Street Seaport Museum, its vessels and collections, its education mission, including maritime history and the print shop. 7, it demonstrates a $1 billion commitment to Lower Manhattan post-COVID and post-Sandy, a transformative investment that reminds me of how the neighborhood turned the corner after 9/11. 3 questions. Will it be contextual? It's more contextual than a parking lot. 2, will it increase congestion? It replaces car and truck traffic with foot traffic. 3, what will it mean for local services? It provides amenities that we have fought for decades at a time of significant budgetary constraints. Thank you. As I am a proud board member of the South Street Seaport Museum, I hope that you will support the proposal because it plans to save the South Street Seaport Museum, which is the heart of our historic seaport where New York City began. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. Jen, can you mute her?
She's unmuted.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're going to go to Diane Harris Brown. And then after Diane Harris Brown, we're going to do Grace Lee and Pete Davies.
Diane Brown, whenever you're ready to speak. Diane, are you there?
Come back to her.
Okay. Grace Lee, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Grace.
Okay. Hi, my name is Grace Lee. I'm a co-founder of Children First, the grassroots organization led by concerned parents opposed to unchecked development at 250 Water Street. I'm also a founding member of the Seaport Coalition. I'm a mother of 3 elementary school children and a resident of the financial district just down the street from 250 Water Street. I'm speaking today in opposition to the development plans by this Texas-based developer, Howard Hughes Corporation, in the historic Seaport District, the birthplace of not only New York City, but of this country. While today we see it as a parking lot, this site is an actual site of incredible historical significance going back to the 1600s and then again as a key part of the Seaport District in the 1800s and beyond. As recent as the late 1970s, the buildings on the site were still in the character of the other historic buildings in the area. This completely out-of-scale development does not preserve the historical legacy of this district. As the developer suggests, it will forever destroy it and set a dangerous precedent for historic districts across the city. The community weighed in on this historic district in 2003 with a sensible CB1-led rezoning. And today I ask the Landmarks Committee for this neighborhood that you will all please champion the preservation of these special places while supporting the Seaport Coalition's community-based proposal, which will protect the Seaport District, save the museum, and allow us to create much-needed affordable housing. Thank you.
Perfect. All righty. Let's go to, I don't know if Pete Davies is there. He's from the Broadway Residents Coalition.
No, I don't see him on here in the list.
Okay, I don't know if he was Pete Beaver and it didn't type him in correctly. Okay, no problem. Let's keep going. I'm trying to recognize people from different groups across the city as well as people who live downtown. So let's go to Todd Heyman. Todd, are you here?
Yes, you can hear me now?
I can.
Awesome. So my name is Todd Heyman. I've been a resident of the South Street Seaport for over 20 years. Professionally, I'm a landscape designer, but I'm also one of the owners of the Captain Rose House, historic building, which was originally constructed in 1773. I mention this because I bought into the neighborhood. I bought my home and so many others buildings on Water Street, Front Street, South Street, Sherman Row. They're architecturally significant and contextual to the historic nature of the neighborhood. They have a certain height, mass, low density, and scale. And they also have a sense of history and a sense of place. Constructing this building at 250 Water Street, while the base of it looks great, the towers, you can borrow rights, the structures surpass zoning rights. They eclipse the character of the neighborhood. And I don't know, I tend to think that we slowly disconnect ourselves from what makes the Seaport part of history. It ends up becoming a remnant, and it fades away over generations. It homogenizes. It loses its uniqueness, and eventually will be on the website, Forgotten New York.
Okay.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. We're going to go to Nissi from the Chabad in Fidei, and then Stacy Shob, and then I'm going to butcher this name, and I'm really sorry. It's Shaipron. So in that order. Nissi is still with us?
I'm
Nissi
afraid not.
Eber.
Yeah.
She is, or he. Nissi Eber, E-B-E-R.
Okay, I see that. Thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome.
Nissi,
Thank you, Tammy.
are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm with you. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm a rabbi in the neighborhood, run the Jewish Learning Experience, Chabad Fidei. I live here with my wife and 3 children. I completely understand why people would be opposed to the development at 250 Water. My kids go to the park on Fulton Street all the time. At the same time, I think that's what the Brownfield project's all about, the remediation, that it should be done in a safe and transparent way. And that kind of puts us at ease. The question that I ask myself, and this is, I think, food for thought for everyone, is in 10 years from now, I walk down Water Street with my kids, what are we going to see? A building with affordable housing, retail, more place for the kids to play.
Rabbi, do you have anything to add about the structures that they're building themselves, that they're looking to construct? Anything about the John Street location, the museum location, the buildings themselves? This is about a historic preservation, landmarks only. So this is not about parks or anything.
So the point I'm bringing out is that I'm not an architect, but I do think it'll add a lot of value, not just having that one building, but to the whole neighborhood as a whole. And the question is quite simple to me, a parking lot versus that. I think I prefer the latter.
I just want to interject again, everyone will have a chance in the proper forum, land use, ULURP, to discuss not peripheral, but adjunct elements to this discussion. We're here for landmarks, one way or another.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Stacy?
So Pete's looking to get Pete's back. I got a text from him. You're having trouble finding him, it seems like. I'm just wanting to tell you that.
Pete Davies? That Pete?
Yes, that guy.
Okay. I don't see him.
His last name is Dever, D-E-V-E-R.
Okay, gotcha. I found him.
There you go, Pete.
Thank you, Tom. Jason. Did you find him, Jen? Dever, D-E-V-E-R?
Found him. Okay. I muted him.
Hi, it's Dever, but it happens all the time. Always has. No problem. Thank you. Tammy, they could have used you in the debates. You're doing a great job. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Go for it.
I have some confusion. How many floors is each building?
So Chris can answer that, but I believe the total height that they're looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, for 250 is 2 towers at 470 feet total. You can argue whether that's 40 floors or 37, but the total height is 470 feet.
Okay.
And the new
That's correct.
building, thank you. And the new building on John Street.
470 feet, and the number of stories is 38.
But that doesn't, the difference between 380 and 470 has to do with
I got it.
Yeah. Okay, and the building on John Street? Chris, how tall is that contextually?
I don't think anybody has a problem with that one.
So just checking, you never know. All right, go ahead, Pete.
You know, I piped in because a couple of weeks ago I was on the soccer fields on the west side, and I actually disagree with Catherine Issel. I think she does a great job at Peck Slip, but I feel like if you look downtown, you have to crane your neck to find something that's not a glass tower. You can hardly see any stone, and that's a different kind of Lower Manhattan. I think we're better than that, and I think we could probably fix it on the east side. But I feel like we're getting there to making the same mistakes. You know, I will say that overall, I was incredibly impressed by the presentation. You know, the museum looks great. I hope that you guys have the responsibility to go with that and create it while we continue to fight about 250 water. You know, as the presentation to 250 water started and you talked about textures and things like that, you had all the right reference in there, but then the podium starts looking a lot like the base of the Geary building, which looks fake and doesn't really jive. It's fine where it is because nothing really jives there, but where this would be it's important to maintain those window frames and those things and those mortar as opposed to just a prefab brick look. So I don't really think that representation of or the renderings were consistent with the reference. I think it did start to look like glass towers at the top of that thing. And, you know, to say that the lighter colors of the towers are going to disengage them visually from the environment of the neighborhood, I mean, that's 80 floors of building, that roughly 80 floors, that a lighter color isn't going to disengage. I think, Chris, overall, you did a good job presenting it, but that's, you know, that's
10 seconds.
I'm done.
Awesome. Thank you for coming back, and thank you. I apologize, I butchered your name there.
No, we're good. It happens all the time.
So I hear what you're saying. The concerns are the height and the colors and the density. Gotcha.
The density for sure.
Okay.
Thank
Jen,
you.
who's next? You're welcome. I think Stacy was next, no?
Stacy, yeah. Stacy.
Me, right?
Yes.
So many years ago, I lived on the Upper West Side. I would on occasion travel down to the South Street Seaport, basically to get away from it all. I enjoyed the truly unique and special place so much that 20 years ago, I decided to move here. And when I moved, it was a sleepy little area. I knew that downtown would not stay exactly the same. And lo and behold, others have found a little jewel of a neighborhood and decided to call this place home too. NYU moved in, followed by shops and restaurants, and then the tall buildings started springing up. And even if we don't love them, we have never opposed them. But just as change is a part of New York City, so is our commitment to preservation. Codes are written to protect those areas deemed to be special and irreplaceable. The South Street Seaport Historic District is one of those places, the one area in our neighborhood that has been immune to the large-scale development that has always been the Seaport. We've fought and won numerous times over the years to keep the low scale and historic nature of the district. Green open space is what makes Central Park, and neon and skyscrapers are what make Times Square, Times Square. It's the low scale 3- and 4-story buildings that really define the Seaport area. There is a place for this type of development that Howard Hughes is proposing. It's just not at 250 Water Street. I urge the members of this board to respect the history and character of this tiny 10-block district by respecting the hard-fought and long-standing zoning, so that you only look at proposals that are under 120 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Jen, do we have the next two ready? If not, we're going to do Catherine Wild and Spencer, no. Spencer, if you're going to talk about the building and not cars, I'm okay with that. So if not, it's Catherine Wild, Neil Flaherty, and then Amy Greenhouse.
I don't see Catherine Wild on the attendees list.
Okay, she may have dropped off.
And you mentioned
is it WYLD?
WY.
Nope, she may have jumped off. Okay, keep going.
And I'm sorry, what was the other followed by her? The other name?
Spencer Heck Wolf. If
Okay.
he's again, Spencer, it's not about cars.
Okay, I won't talk about cars, but we should ban cars in Lower Manhattan. I want to support the project. I think it looks great. In fact, I think it could be a lot bigger and have a lot more floors and more homes. This is Lower Manhattan. We build big buildings, and we're the greatest city in the world because we do stuff like that. So I want to support the project. I think it looks great. I lived in the Seaport for 3 years. I couldn't afford to stay there, so I didn't. Wish I could. Could be your neighbors, but I'm not rich enough. Everyone who owns a home in the Seaport is very wealthy, and you should welcome more neighbors. Thank you.
Okay.
I just have to correct that. I'm sorry. That is factually erroneous. The people who live adjacent to what we're talking about, Southbridge, they are not specifically not all wealthy, and it's an outrageous claim to make.
Don't worry about it. We're good. We're moving on. I mean, lots of people say lots of things. You know that. Let's do Diane Brown, Megan Malvern, and then Margaret Flanagan. But Margaret, somebody from the Waterfront Alliance has already spoken, so let me keep going. I apologize. We'll do Neil Flaherty after that. Got those names?
Yep. Diane Brown, whenever you're ready.
Diane? Let's
She's
go.
here, but she muted herself. Okay. Do I go on?
Let's go to Megan Malvern. It's hard because I know we offered people the option because it was so late to jump off.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Megan Malvern. I wanted to start my comments with something that I believe it was someone from the SOM said. It was Elise Quadsworth when she was asked about what the choices were being made about how some of the things seemed a little bit incongruous. And her response was, we want to have a presence in the district. I don't think that's the appropriate way to handle being in a historic district. From what I've seen, the only thing that's appropriate with is the character of the Howard Hughes flashy and awkward presence in the salty slice of the city. But I also think it's important to point out that much of the testimony being offered in support of the towers have financial strings that already tie back to Howard Hughes. So that should be kept in mind. I called the Seaport home since 2009, and I've raised my children on the cobblestones of this neighborhood. I am testifying in opposition to the development proposals being put forward by the Hughes Corporation, as the plans are far from appropriate in bulk or scale. And as a result, the buildings are visually insulting to the low-rise nature and the very fabric of the historic district. This project will compete rather than defer to the visual provenance that is the birthplace of New York City. This project simply does not meet the legal standards set out in Landmarks law. Additionally complicating the process is the coupling of many projects across this unique and continually threatened district. For these and many other reasons stated by the multitudes of opponents who've already spoken before me against this, I urge the community board not only to reject the monstrous proposal, but also to admonish the constant onslaught of the grotesquely inappropriate projects inside this tiny and venerated space. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. I have a question. Is Jared Brown, whose hand up, actually Diane Brown? Can you check that?
Jared Brown, are you there with us?
Is this Diane Brown? Or Jared Brown? Nope, they're muted again. You know who we didn't get? I'm going to really kill this one. Shia Porn?
Shia Poor, are you there with us? I've muted you.
It's okay. My name is Shai Borntir. It's a Thai name. They're not pronounced the way they're spelled.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's the Thai people's revenge for the king and I. Speaking of which, when I would come here as a child with my immigrant mother, I'm from Pennsylvania originally. She always made a point of bringing me to the South Street Seaport, and I loved it as a child. It was a piece of history. Yes, there was always the tall buildings and the fast-paced life of New York, but I loved walking the cobblestones. I loved seeing the tall ships as I crossed Front and South Street. This is a jewel of the city, and it would be a shame to bury that jewel in tall grasses and in sand. It seems to me that this developer is presenting this community with a false dichotomy. The choice is not between a 470-foot glass tower and a parking lot. The choice is not even between a 120-foot building, which I believe was the original quote-unquote compromise. That so-called compromise seems to be a bit of a bait and switch. Really, any development there should be in line with the existing historic buildings. And the arguments to the contrary seem opportunistic, quite frankly. You know, a zoo doesn't cut down the forest to preserve the zoo. A library doesn't burn the books to preserve the library. The first goal of a seaport museum should be to preserve the seaport. And that's all I really had to say. Don't kill the albatross. The rhyme of the Ancient Mariner doesn't speak of, the sailor coming home to see Sports Center.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Michelle Cooper-Smith.
Can you hear Diane Harris Brown?
I can. Are you still with me? Hello? Is Michelle Cooper-Smith still here?
Hi, yes.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, thank you for calling on me. My name is Michelle Cooper-Smith. I am a resident of CD3, which borders CD1, but I work at 85 Broad Street, which is almost at the tip of the island. And in pre-COVID times, I would walk past this site nearly every day when I would walk to work. And what I have to say is, as an American history major in college, my understanding is that there were no cars in the 1600s when the seaport was rising from the original part of the city. And so I wonder how a parking lot can be called contextual as it currently stands. I believe that the development is respectful given the constraints of the neighborhood. And overall, this is a city, not a museum, which is why we have the Seaport Museum and many, many blocks of preserved buildings. And I think that developers have done a good job of creating what would be a development that fits in with the character of the neighborhood while bringing additional people into the neighborhood, because landmarking is traditionally exclusionary, which I believe is why the district is probably 72% white, which is not the makeup of the city. So in summation, I am in support of this project, and I hope that the committee would consider passing a resolution in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on, Lucas Miller. I don't know if he's still here. Let me just check. All right. Working through. Tom, you already spoke. I think you're our board member, Tom. If so, can you put your hand down? Jason Kastowitz.
Jason, are you there with us?
Diane Brown's still trying.
You can turn off the light.
let's move on. Chris White.
Just whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me speak for a minute. I thought the John Street lot presentation was very strong. I'm not sure why they're being presented together, though, because John Street seems far less contentious and respectful, and something that I would be in support of. But 250 Water is completely different, and the idea of towers in a historic district are obviously extremely contentious and difficult to accept. Not only that, I wanted to ask why if towers were obviously against the district's heights, why put two of them there rather than propose one iconic tower? If you're going to try to propose towers at all, why two and not one? And have you considered any proposal without any towers? Is that something that you're looking at in addition to a tower proposal?
Chris, Saul, that's got to go to you.
Chris, do you want to go to the 2 tower versus 1 tower, or you want me to speak to it? I'm happy to speak to it.
Yes, I'll start with the 2 tower versus 1, and that is, you know, we have looked at options, which was a single tower, which makes it a taller tower, and the thought from community feedback was that the actual number of height was important, and so we took the height of the buildings along Water Street to set a datum for the tallest building. And that's why we ended up coming to 2 buildings that would hit that height versus 1 that broke above that. And so it was a way of bringing the overall height down and to get the and that was the logic of that.
And to answer the second question, yeah, I mean, obviously, if this were not to move forward, then we would come back with the as of right building and 2 landmarks for that. You know, I should say the 120 feet maximum at that point. And the 2 are somewhat connected only because without one, you don't really have the other. So that's the answer to the first part of the comment.
Oh, you're saying that if 250 Water is not accepted as is, you will not go ahead with John Street lot at all?
Not go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Not go ahead with what?
Are you saying that if 250 Water had to be amended without towers, not go ahead with John Street at all?
Yeah, I think what enables us to fund the museum with $50 million to finish the drawings and also to you know, proceed with it is that money. I don't think the museum has money to fund plans or anything like that, let alone long term. But I'll let Jonathan speak to that.
I mean, yes, it is correct to say that the construction of the John Street building and indeed the completion of phase 1 and the funding of the reliable recurring revenue stream is reliant on a building at 250 Water in the way that this is being proposed. That's correct.
I'm hearing nothing. Is it, can you hear me?
Jonathan, go again. Say it.
That was me. I apologize.
Okay.
That was me. My kids came to say goodnight. Sorry.
It's okay.
Did you folks hear my comment?
Yeah,
No.
I think the answer was yes, unless Howard Hughes gets to build the towers that they want, that they will not pay for the funding for the museum. That was quite clear. Saul said it. Okay, Maggie Dalal.
Tammy, I believe you skipped Neil Flaherty.
Oops, sorry. Go for Neil and then Maggie.
Sure. Neil, whenever you're ready. Oh, they just muted themselves. Neil, are you with
Thank
us?
you. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Neil Flaherty. I'm testifying in support of the long-term preservation of the South Street Seaport Museum. I worked in the financial district for 20 years and have been a Seaport Museum volunteer for almost 40. I worked alongside the founding chairman of the museum, Jacobus Branson, restoring the ship Wavertree. I learned many things from him, most importantly, the value that the Seaport Museum brings to our community and city. This museum is more than just about ships. It connects us to our city's history and the people who built it. The ships are an incredible aspect for our city, but so are the rest of the collections, the maps, and the historic artifacts, not to mention all the bygone skills and culture that it helped keep alive. I myself have learned old skills such as hot riveting, which I've been able to pass along to another generation of volunteers and demonstrate to the public, showing them what it took to build not only ships, but the buildings and bridges around them. These are resources that should be available for all. The museum has faced trying times with 9/11, Hurricane Sandy, the 2008 crash, and now COVID. We are told the museum has about 18 months to right the ship, and that's not much time. We're at a crossroads and choose to support this crucial culture gem or not. I say we must. There are people whom I respect that say that they support the museum, but not this mechanism.
Again, Neil.
Yes.
Please, this is not about, we need to stick to topic. This is landmarks. This is not about funding the museum.
All right.
I understand that's the byproduct of it, but this is about the buildings. Can you stick to, do you have anything, questions to ask about the buildings?
No, I appreciate your time, and I just wanted to express my support for the project that would provide financial stability for the museum and its needs, and I will submit the rest of my comments in writing. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Rebecca, Maggie Dalal, and then Rebecca Dole.
Maggie, whenever you're ready.
I'm here. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to, first of all, I'm a resident of the downtown area, and I just wanted to echo what Paul Goldstein was saying, that these buildings that they're proposing are so much higher than what the law calls for. I mean, and on top of it, there are two of them. So, when we were at those stakeholder meetings that Howard Hughes put together, a lot of the people there were opposed to building above the 120-foot height restriction, and they're proposing 470 feet. That's 300% increase in height restriction, which is a lot higher. The second thing I wanted to point out is, in the proposal tonight, you guys were, Chris was talking about how when you look at the seaport, along the water is the front of the district, and this 250 Water Street is at the back of the district. So I don't know what that means, that maybe that this area doesn't necessarily count. It's at the back. It doesn't have to fall under the same rules and laws that the rest of the district falls under. But it's a pretty substantial part of the area. It's almost 10% of the residential area. It's a whole block. So I think to look away from that is, it could set precedent, and what would that mean for other historic districts down the road? So I'm in opposition, and thank you.
Okay, next.
Just briefly, it's almost 10:30. I'm just curious, how many more speakers are there? I'm going to have to go over to Greenwich Mean Time at 11.
Yeah, I hear you. So I want to make sure we're trying to get through as many as we can. So I'm okay, Bruce, if the public is okay and you can text the host. We will have another session on this, because it is 10:22 in December, which we will hopefully have shared the shade studies. We'll have other views and other things that are significant for the landmarks application. I had Maggie Dole, I called her name, so I could say we would take 2 more people and then end it, or 3 and end it there if that works. You want to do that, Bruce, or just?
I leave it up to you. I think it's a good idea. We have actually been here going on, well,
Hours.
4 hours, going on 5.
I think
Yeah.
let's end it. You are losing people right and left, at least of a.
Perfect. So here's what Jen's going to do. Jen's going to put into the chat how you can submit written testimony. Please know that there will be another meeting in December on this, and we will do the business of the board at that point. We'll reverse it a little bit. If you came this time, we would not ask that you speak again in December. We're going to try and recognize anybody who has not spoken, organizations who have not had a chance to send anybody to speak, because they are on both sides of the fence here. So we really want to make sure that we get everybody in. I have some questions that I'd like Chris and the team to come back with. I'd like to see and then I'm going to close it. So for our presenters, I would like to see, it does seem like the base is in, correct me if I'm wrong, different sides of the base are different architecturally as well as the towers. Did I observe that?
The expression of the podium is consistent on all 4 sides, but the heights vary as you move around the podium.
So we'd like to see,
so like the corners are lower, for instance, and Water Street is lower than Pearl Street is.
So I'd like to see far more presentations so people can understand what it looks like. And while you may think it's a funky look to have a wider look, people don't only look at ground level when they're walking. They look up. So we would like to see all the expressions. I'd like to understand how you feel that, like some of the speakers have said, that what you presented architecturally helps to frame when it is the largest building within the neighboring areas. There is not a building in the historic district or even across the street that is the same height. And you showed us buildings in the neighboring height. There isn't another building that's as tall as this for several blocks south. So I'd like to understand, you've shown us that. I'd like to see how that fits in, because it didn't seem to mesh to my look. I'd like to understand the height differential between the new building on John Street to the rest of the area, and what the views look like around that building as well. What it would look like from one of the ships that's associated, if you were standing on the ship or on Pier 15, 16, what that building looks like in context to everything else. Because it did feel very modern to me, even though it could be brown or it could be green. And I'd love to see what those look like from different view corridors as well. All right.
Okay, so I think that, right, so we will show that within 2 blocks, there are other buildings over 400 feet, and we can show the heights of buildings in context of Water Street. That's what I was referring to previously. And we can also show views from the waterfront looking towards the west. I think that's what I'm hearing, the two points.
And from the east. I mean, if you're standing to the north, south, east, and west, what do these buildings
From
look
the
like?
east, looking west, yes.
And quite frankly, the buildings that you're referring to are outside of the historic district, correct? That are similar in height? They're
That's
in
correct.
what we
There are
call...
no 400-foot buildings inside the historic district. That is correct.
And there is no building across the street or next door or even catty corner that is the same, correct? This would be the tallest
block away
into the area that we have already said was fine for building as of right for towers outside the historic district.
Yes, 1 block south, correct.
Tammy?
1 block, yes. 1 block south of the historic district, which is 3 blocks south from your building, or 4, correct?
Well, 199 Water is, we can show it on the map, and we don't need to dispute the 1 block.
Okay.
But it's just south of Fulton Street, which is a block south of Beekman.
Right. So definitely want to make sure that we understand and that the public understands what we're talking about in terms of the reference about that. Okay?
Okay.
That would be important because, yeah. And then somebody commented about the height of the Brooklyn Bridge to the height of the towers. If you can come back and give us an understanding, because from what I saw, just in the renderings that I saw, the buildings that seemed to stick out from the landscape in equal to what you're presenting are the building over at Two Bridges that looks like the cheese grater building, and then the Gary building. Those were the ones that I saw mostly as a comparison of framing, which.
Understood, and we are half of the height of those buildings. So we can diagram the heights of all the contextual buildings.
Okay, and then what guarantees when you go to landmarks are there for the materials that you have presented as being the only materials that will be allowed to be used if the building is not built by Howard Hughes and the buildings are sold?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? You broke in the middle.
If you go to landmarks and everything is approved, what guarantees does the community have from a landmarks perspective for the materials and the style that you have presented as being the template for the next developer?
Elise, do you want to jump in?
Sure, go ahead, Frank. That's a
I can do it.
straightforward
Yeah,
answer.
Yeah.
I think if Elise wants to jump in, it'd be good.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
The Landmarks Commission would have to review any changes that would ever be proposed by for a building that was approved, whether it was the same owner or somebody else. So the commission controls that.
So the only thing that we really need to worry about here, beyond what you're talking about, is really the height and whether the height is contextual. Is that a fair statement, Bruce? Bruce, you're muted.
I'm sorry, at that very moment, for the first time, I was responding to someone by email who.
Yeah, no, I saw. I think, yeah.
So will you please repeat?
So my observation is, if we go through all of this and we opine on the specifics for the brick and the colors and the copper and everything else, if Howard Hughes for any reason whatsoever decides not to develop these buildings and they sell, right? They sell 250 Water. None of this dialogue, except for the height of the building and our perspective on the contextuality of the base and the height, will matter, because they will all have to come back with new designs.
Either they build exactly what LPC approved in the sale, that the transfer of the design is replicated by the new developer as per LPC approval, or it's from scratch again.
Could LPC, is that true, Bruce, that they can't sell it and say, I'm sorry, we can't do the design, it's too expensive, we can't blah, 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 then they have to submit a new design for LPC, correct?
That is correct, and LPC's approval has a time period after which it can be renewed, but there does come an expiration point. I forget after how many years, something like 8 or 9 years.
Okay, great. And then just to clarify for the community, the presentation by SOM included the buildings that were for the South Street Seaport Museum, as Jonathan represented, and that is on behalf of EDC, because neither the museum nor Howard Hughes own the building lot on John Street, nor the museum itself. Saul, is that correct?
Repeat that question one more time.
The presentation tonight with SOM on the John Street lot and all of the changes.
Yes.
Are technically for the city because they own all of that. You have an option for John Street, but they own the others.
Yeah, so let me just clarify. The owner always signs the application, which in this case is the city of New York, just like they've always filed the application for Pier 17 or Tin Building or whatever it is. And then we file along as the lessee. This is all ground leased, if you remember. So for the portion of the museum space that is currently leased by the South Street Seaport Museum, they would be signing as the applicant, as well as for the John Street lot. But to answer your question, yes, we do have a right of first refusal on the John Street lot, but it has not been offered to us yet by EDC. So we have a right of first refusal when that site does go for sale or for lease.
And so would you be, do me a favor, mute yourself?
Me?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, when you talk, I get feedback. Could you please, would you be able to commit in writing to come back to the Landmark Committee if there are any changes that are planned? And that promise goes with any sale or assignment of any of the spaces we've looked at today.
As far as materiality, or you mean just in general? Yes, we have no intention of changing anything without coming back to the community board and Landmarks.
Okay. In preparation for the next meeting, could you possibly?
Tammy, I just want to add that once there's a public hearing on these applications at LPC, the two of them, the developer, the applicant and LPC, or LPC separately, can and probably will make changes, and that would not, as of right, come back to us.
That's why I'm asking if he will commit to come back to us in the spirit of public engagement.
I'm sure there's some language that we could come up with collectively that would work for both sides under that circumstance. So,
okay. Couple other questions just to close out the meeting. When you come back, we'd love to see a section, of 250 Water, and kind of floor plans of the base so we can understand it in its wholeness of the podium and the tower, if possible, if that's possible. And then to understand, Howard Hughes, if this is approved, is funding the construction of John Street or only the planning? What is the commitment there?
our commitment is to give the South Street Seaport Museum $50 million, and for the museum's board to decide how to spend that $50 million. That's not going to be directed by us at Howard Hughes.
So once that pot of money is to them, you are not involved with the construction or purchase of John Street?
No, and we would at that time give up our right of first refusal on the John Street lot and transfer that right over to the museum. And we would not be involved in the development or the construction unless the museum were to want our help in developing it, designing it, implementing it, or anything like that. But our current plan is we would send over the $50 million at that point, and it would be up to them to decide how they wanted to move forward.
At the next meeting, I will leave some time for the museum to talk about that, only because the community understood a different aspect of it. We did not, if you're doing general concepts, but you're not doing the plans and helping with the construction of the building, then that's something that may never happen if they need that $50 million for their operations.
Yeah, I think the current plan that we've worked with the museum, and is that they would like to put, and Jonathan, you should jump in here if I'm saying anything beyond, but they would like to put $40 million in endowment, which would allow them to keep the doors open without having to have a new building and then have to come back and say they're broke, which some museums have done. The balance of it, $10 million, would reopen phase one and create that corridor area that's the connection between the new and the old. To the extent it costs more than $10 million, which we're outpricing it right now, the first phase, we've committed to working with Jonathan to make sure that we get that phase open, whether it's through, value engineering or whether it's through contribute more money or raise more money. We've committed to phase one opening, which was discussed with Chris Cooper in his presentation.
But
right.
Phase one is not the John Street building. Phase one is only that glass
attachment, correct?
No. Jonathan, do you want to explain what phase one is?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think sort of to start in reverse order here, I think the museum's plan is informed by a deep study of the long-term issues, those issues that have to do with lack of reliable recurring revenue. Thus, the plan. I'm sorry, Chair Meltzer, I'm trying to answer your question.
We don't want to hear, we don't want to talk about this. I'm sorry. We want to move past this.
What we're trying to understand then is the building, is whether or not the building is through this conversation, what is being presented is that, yes, we want, we understand the museum where you are, but we're also reviewing plans for a John Street building that, if I understand correctly, is not funded. The construction nor the design, these are conceptual plans, but that's all I'm asking. And I apologize, I don't mean to be rude, Jonathan. I'm just trying to understand about the construction aspect of the John Street building, just that.
Right, so the proposed $50 million, which is a round number that actually has thought behind it, informs the funding of a $40 million endowment, the purpose of which is long-term sustainability. The remaining funds, as Saul just mentioned, would satisfy that with some things that we're still working on, including our own FEMA money, would satisfy the completion of phase one. Phase one, as SOM has designed it, and it's very thoughtful and respectful to the row, would allow us to reopen the museum into the historic galleries and would provide a forward compatible link building, meaning elevators, escalators, HVAC, the whole works that works with the historic galleries and then works forward compatibly with the new building. But that would form the basis of then our opportunity to, using the design and a stable foundation, to raise the money necessary to build the new building. So it is effectively phase one and phase two. Any questions? Your eyebrows are still up. I'm happy to clarify.
Well, how much do you approximate your design that you presented tonight will cost? The new design on John Street.
Yeah, I'll have to give that over to SOM. I don't have that estimate. Good question.
Yeah, good question indeed. It's way more than 50 million. So this is just pie in the sky, because there's no way we can afford to build that building for 50 million.
Well, you can. Well, we need the museum to have the money.
Characterization.
Right, the museum would have to raise it.
And I think $50 million is a reasonable budget for everything that we have proposed tonight. But the question is, what is the $50 million going to be used for first? And so I don't think it's fair to characterize the proposal as costing more than $50 million. In fact, it's inaccurate.
Oh, really?
But the $50 million, what Captain Boulware will explain is that there is stabilization of the institution that is being prioritized over the full build out of both phases. And so when the $50 million is spent, it's really a question. So the brick and mortar question, Tammy, that you have been asking us so definitively, is the brick and mortar question of phase one is the guaranteed portion in the immediate future, and that is the restoration of the Fulton Ferry Hotel building and the first counting house to the west and the first counting house to the south. And so that historic cluster of buildings is being restored as Frank presented tonight, and it's being modernized with mechanical equipment that is resilient to prevent the problem that we had the first go around, and also providing accessibility to all 6 floors of the museum, which also is not the case today.
Is that the glass enclosure? Is the accessibility model for?
That's the reason. That's correct. And that also is the link between the low building and the cluster of historic structures on the corner.
So that is really that. I mean, I think that for Bruce and for the committee, it's important to understand, and the public, is that's really what this is about. Everything that we looked at for John Street is a lovely idea, but it's not being funded through this mechanism. What this mechanism is doing is building the accessibility and helping the museum reopen, but it is not funding or constructing the new building. It's not the plans for the new building detailed. It's not the construction. And the community kind of needs to understand that, because I don't think that is really clear. I think that the community,
Tammy, because I didn't know that. In the last 5 hours, I did not know that.
Exactly.
The constant linkage, and this is not paying for the South Street, the museum new building per se. Wow.
it is a hopeful future for the museum, but it is not.
Before we get to the future, it funds reopening the museum. It makes
Yes. Brendan, we understand that. It funds the reopening, it funds the accessibility. The glass tower allows the galleries to be reached by everyone possible, but it does not, it's a brick and mortar question that I asked. It funds the glass, it doesn't fund John Street.
That's correct. It's up to
Correct, but I would like to add one element to that, because it's something that many members of this committee, many members of the community board, and indeed many of our members, donors, board members, supporters have raised over time, is the long-term sort of vicissitudes of the museum, the number of times at which, and Bruce mentioned it earlier this evening, number of times that the story has been that the museum is struggling. That is solved by this. The vehicle of the, let me just finish my thought, please. The vehicle of the endowment is the difference between a museum that is sustainable over long term and not. And my prediction as a professional nonprofit leader over nearly 30 years is that at the end of this pandemic and its resultant economic fallout, there will be a very high correlation between endowed museums and survival.
Understood, but in the context of landmark preservation, Jonathan, for what we're talking about in this particular thing and where we have to opine, we are talking about the brick and mortar. That's what we are reviewing here. I understand what you're saying, and we've had long discussions about many things about that, but that people need to know that
Yeah, the only other thing, sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to add one thing that I think might have been confusing in the conversation. Howard Hughes is paying for the design of the John Street lot with SOM out of pocket, because we, from what we understand, speaking to other museums and other cultural institutions, it's really impossible for the museum to raise funds, even with the $50 million, to go out and raise any other endowment or funds to date. It's really impossible without having a plan of what they're planning on building. So this project will be put the museum in a position where post-COVID, they can go out with these plans to fund the construction of the expansion. And that's why we've been paying and will pay to finish the plans for 251. I mean, for the John Street.
Enormous change in the perspective of what we just did for five hours. The cost of design, the cost of design pales next to the cost of construction, number one. And number two, I just want to say, Brendan, that the exact same scenario that you describe has come to us for review and consideration, usually in a positive way, for the 21 years I've been on the board and for the last 30 years when I've been a resident. And each and every time the sponsoring facility has gone bankrupt before the museum was funded. And before the project was
insist
built.
that the money must transfer before the building, before the approvals are final.
Bruce, you are going to get no objection from us on this point. That legacy is, we could not agree with you more. And that is something that needs to be crystal clear in this.
So
I want to just say one other thing. I mean, we tried to make it clear at the beginning, but we were also told that this wasn't about funding the museum and the details of that. So I just want, this isn't a hiding thing. This was the way the meeting was directed. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
Oh, that's not fair.
Brendan, it's totally fair. I understand that, but at that point, we should not. I have issues about talking about the brick and mortar when it's not necessarily relevant. It is relevant in some ways, but it is not integral to the part that's most integral to making all of this work is the glass house, getting the museum back open, and we opine in landmarks on that aspect for the historic building. I now, we need to have an understanding of why we're opining on John Street at all, but that's a question for the city. And that's something that I'm happy to have a conversation with EDC on and ask them to come to the next meeting and answer that question, because maybe they have it in their heads that they're going to develop it if you're so gracious as to have the plans all paid for. But that's a question that EDC should answer for us.
I think we're opining on it because we want to find out if these guys are serious about building it or if they just want to make money at 250.
Yeah.
Well, and on that note, we look forward to seeing the
question. Is this appropriate or not? But would you please tell us how many units are affordable units?
No, Vicky.
Right. So
no,
Tammy,
not.
So next time, could somebody please, if this is not an appropriate moment, next time, could somebody please tell us what, I'd like to know what the percentage is.
Yeah, we have a website and a fact sheet that you can go and look on all of that, and it's all available for you.
Thank you, Sol. Thank you. That was easy.
Thank you. I think it's
Thank
time
you.
to say goodnight.
Exactly. We will see you in December. We look forward to getting the other information that we asked for. And if community board members have questions, I ask that you email them to Jennifer and to Man01 so we can forward them all. So Chris and Jonathan and Saul and their whole team can be ready with any outstanding questions so we can go forward from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Bruce.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.
Thank you all.
Bye.